Welcome. I hate when that breaks the illusion, you know? Well, let's fix it. Let's fix it. Boom, it comes out of nowhere. Boom, there we are. Zoomed in. Just zoomed in, that's all. Hold on. There we go. What up? Welcome. I'm in the woods today because we are going to be drawing a little creature of the woods, sort of. Titan Mouse of Might. Hope I'm not too late, Gary. I know it's last minute. I think Lady Vixen told me that the fan art contest was extended to the end of the month. So as it is the end of the month, I thought I would draw it here and now. Get it done. Enter it into the contest. So this goes out to my pal Gary Shipman, as this is, of course, his character. We've got a new camera angle here. You can see, like, we can switch between them. Boom, there I am down there. You know, no big deal. Two of me on screen at once. That's just how I roll. So let's stop messing around. Let's start jumping into drawing some Titan Mouse of Might, because that's why you guys are all stopping by, right? One would assume. Yeah, I suppose it is cutting it a little close. But that's alright. Gary doesn't mind, I'm sure. So, neither should we. We'll start off with a terribly drawn circle, as I am famous for doing. I don't know, famous. I don't think I'm really famous for anything. More infamous for being irrelevant. But so we sort of get down a little pose here. I keep looking at this camera because I can see myself on that camera up there and not this one. So that's going to be a challenge as I attempt to get used to that, having two cameras on and only one of them at one time. Or, you know, I could do... Actually, no. I'm not going to do it. The 11th hour. That's how I roll. That's how I roll. That's how I roll. The good thing about my YouTube channel is that most of the people here are already familiar with Gary Shipman, so I don't have to go into who Titan is. I don't have to explain everything about this character. I can just draw it. And we can have fun with it. See, sometimes people work better under pressure. True. Especially since I haven't actually, like, drawn anything in, I don't know, quite a long time. I need one of those Stream Deck things that I can switch between the angles real quick, so then I can just be like, boom, and look up at that camera. So it'd be something like, boom. But I don't have it, so if someone wants to get that for me, that's fine. Whoops. What the heck? What the? It's not working like I want it to. Why? There we go. That just needed to be a tad bit bigger. So that's what we've done. We've made it a little bit bigger. It's not a problem. It's a feature. It's the final countdown. Rolling on 11 hours. Feel the force of FlyFox powers. It's the final countdown. True that. You know what we're going to do? It's been a while since we put on some music here on the channel. So that's what we'll do. We'll put on music. Simple as that. You know what? Not that music.
Let's go.
Take those pills. Take those pills.
All right, let me know. I probably should turn that down. I'm gonna turn it down a little bit. I already think it's too high. Let me know. You succeeded in your top secret mission. And what was this top secret mission that you were involved in? I mean, I guess you can't really tell us, but you have me intrigued, at least. That's not what we were supposed to be drawing with there. All right. Titan has more like pointed ears than this, if I remember correctly. Wouldn't be a secret if you said that is true. Well, I'm glad you succeeded in your top secret mission, whatever that mission may have been. And I should probably just, you know, I'm not one to people hold into the traditional look of something, but I probably should just pull up a picture of Titan, you know, just in case I want a reference for him. As we strive to make Gary proud with an effort here, a quality effort. That's all I'm going for, you know, just a quality effort. Nothing too crazy. Nothing outrageous. References can help, right? They certainly can't hurt, one would think. How does... I think here that with our goal just being not embarrass Gary by drawing his character terribly. That's an obtainable goal. You know. His gloves don't really do that, do they? I am, of course, drawing this from also using reference of Mighty Mouse. Thought that would be sort of appropriate. So that's the idea. Is this is supposed to look a little bit like Mighty Mouse as well, just Titanized, if you will, which is fun, and everybody likes Mighty Mouse. Just put some pouches, lots of pouches. There's a little utility belt there. Let's just say Mark Antony found a rare piece of original art from a limited comic release. Here, let's make this more dramatic. Boom. Oh, we gotta fix that. All right, there we go. Let's just say Mark Antony found a rare piece of original art from a limited release comic done by a pro that we both know had an ordeal trying to get my hands on it. But I believe I've succeeded today. Wow. Epic. Epic. I mean, just if we're being completely honest, that's amazing. I'm excited to find out more. Get the exclusive interview here on the channel. So, unlike Mighty Mouse, Titan's gloves are more Batman-y, so we'll just make some Batman-looking gloves here. Mighty Mouse. This message will self-destruct. Well, no, don't blow up my channel, man. Calm down, dude. Get carried away. So what have you guys been up to? How was your holidays, your Thanksgiving and Christmas and New Year's holidays? I hope they were well. You got everything you were hoping for from Santa Claus and whoever else was giving you presents? Let's see. Didn't really watch Mighty Mouse much. I remember Danger Mouse a bit more. I've never seen. I mean, I never saw Danger Mouse as a child. but I have seen it as like a few minutes of it as an adult. Not exactly familiar with it in terms of actually having seen it. What? What? What'd I do? What happened? What'd I say? I don't like this. I don't like this. I don't really expect to win Gary's contest with this, but I don't really expect to win Gary's contest at all. As I am doing this last minute for like a few minutes. Oh, okay. Thanksgiving was interesting. Went out to get lunch and saw someone smack another person's car in the parking lot, looked directly at me, and drove off. My word. They're giving thanks that the cops weren't around. That's a crime. Leaving the scene of an accident. I'll just send this to Gary. I'll be like, man, I had 5 minutes. Did it all on stream in less than 20 minutes. Some of that 20 minutes was used fiddle farting around, putting music on and such. And this is what I have to show for it, Gary. This is how much I love Titan. I'm just a big fan of your work. That line. The good thing about doing something digitally, I feel like I've talked about this before. And by feel like, I mean, I think. We say feel when often we mean think. But is that I can just do these lines. If I mess these up and they look terrible like that, looks like total garbage, I can just go in and fix it, you know? You know what I mean, homie? I'm going to come back to the eyes when I feel a bit more confident. What? The one and only Gary Shipman. Now, Gary, you have said this is killer, and thank you. Thank you. This is my first real drawing in about a month since I've had the energy to draw. I know that sounds a little bit silly, but that is my life. And like I've felt up for it, so to speak. So, how to do something special here. Just do something quick, right? Get this out the door before the contest is over. Let's see. Oh, Lady Vixen is here. Now, if I'm being completely honest, I love all of my viewers. I love everybody that comes and hangs out with me on these. However, Lady Vixen probably is my favorite, if I'm being honest. Yeah. Lady Vixen's back got messed up today. It was already not feeling great, and then it's like one of those days where you're like, I'm gonna try to be real careful. I'm gonna try to be real careful with my back. Like this happened when I used to work at Starbucks. I used to work at Starbucks, and my back. I knew I had to be careful with my back, and I went to shake a tea because you have to shake the teas at Starbucks. I went to shake it, and oh, my back just exploded. And I was like, immediately went over to the manager, and I was like, I gotta go home. I can't work. It was that bad. And I felt like so dumb. Like, I'm leaving a job at Starbucks because I threw my back out. But you can't help how you throw your back out, right? Counting down the no, Gary, no, stop. Hold on, Gary, what are you doing, man? I'm not finished. I'm not finished yet. Gary. Be mean. Just give me a little extension. Have a little grace period for me. Your second biggest fan after Nighthawk Warrior here. Just a little bit of grace. That's all I ask for. That's all I'm asking for. You would like a venti chai tea latte hot with 2 extra pumps of chai? You gotta get light chai. You're disgusting, dude. I like chai, but you gotta get light. I would always get light chai. And then something people don't realize is that the chai itself that is sweetened, and then they put sweetener in it too. So I would get light of that as well. But I think they put too much sugar in it. So I got light everything when it comes to my Starbucks orders. I recommend a Starbucks job for people that are young. If you work 20 hours a week there, they will pay for you to go to Arizona State University online. That's not just in Arizona. That's in like every Starbucks they're partnered with. Or at least they were at the time. They might be partnered with someone else now, but at the time they would pay for you to go there. And you said to work 20 hours a week. Also health insurance. So anybody that is looking for a good part-time job to do while they're going to school, I would highly recommend Starbucks. I've been hunting down a piece of original art from someone we know for several weeks now. First attempt was unsuccessful, but I've managed to pull it off this time. Have you? Have you? I feel like I've heard this story before. Going for a different kind of look on this today. I don't know if it's entirely successful, but Considering I've drawn this in less than 30 minutes so far, after not drawing for a month, having no idea what I was going to draw before I started. I picked up the stream. I was like, what should I draw? Oh, Titan. I'll draw Titan. I should draw that because I think the contest is almost over. So that's what we're doing. Oh, we can't forget Titan's tail. That's his tail. Yep. I'll be right back, viewers. Watch this. I'll even put it on the break thing. Alright, I'm back, I think. Possibly. Boom! 30-minute drawing of Titan, Mouse of Might. I finished it, Gary, in time. You can count down to 1 now. Just do my fidget spinner here. Oh, there we go. One-handed. Let's see. Mark Anthony says, I see a few Spider-Mans by you. Penguin from Batman, Star Trek. Gasp, a Packins Land page. What? A Packins Land page. Not bad. Not a bad little drawing. Thank you, Gary. You're very generous with your praise. Let's not just stop there, though, right? Let's draw a different picture of Titan. I mean, we did it in 30 minutes. Now let's try 10. Or less. We could go less than 10. And let's just do a quick drawing, you know? Could you imagine? So I don't know if you can hear this song, right? But it's Home Alone 2 is what this song is made from. And if you think about it, how terrible must it have been? You forget your kid and you go over to France for Christmas, and then you do it again. I don't know if they go to France, but they leave him in New York this time. So he's not even at the house. He's lost in New York City. And, I mean, his poor parents, they must just feel like absolutely terrible. And I haven't seen the second one since I was a kid. So I have... The little guy just woke up from a nap, so he is frustrated or something. I don't know what's going on with him. But, just how terrible must they feel to have done it twice? And then it's even worse, because you leave them in New York City. Not even at the house. Just terrible parents. Let's go a little bit like this as we modify the ears here of Mr. Titan. Mouse of Might. So we got to put like his fist up here, like he's got his fist, and then the cape is, curving around his fist. James, can you not? I assure you, he is fine. He is perfectly healthy. Is he tired still? Hungry? What do you need, buddy? You want to come over here?
You want to go sit with Daddy?
Oh, they didn't leave him in New York. They went to Paris when he went to New York accidentally. Sorry, Rick. But still their fault, ultimately. I mean, still, your child is lost. And ultimately, you're responsible for this. So, my bad. Like I said, I haven't seen him since I was a kid. It was, he just woke up from nap time, so...
He's wanting me to hold him, and I can't hold him.
Oh, I'm back. First movie, he didn't even leave the house. Right. Yes. What happens in the first one is that there's a neighbor kid that comes and looks in the car when they're doing the count. And so they count enough children, because they're doing a count, to make sure they've got all the people. And then... of course, it's not him, it's the neighbor kid. But nobody realizes that until it's too late. Much, much too late. So. Dillard, you cracked me up, man. Welcome, by the way. Yeah, so we're just... And we watched that this Christmas, and it was the first time I had watched it, the first one, in a long, long time. Probably since I was a kid as well. And... it's actually like the hijinks part of it, the traps and all that. It's such a ultimately, like, it is the climax of the film, but it's a fairly minor part of the film. And it was actually more heartwarming than I recall. And there is a interesting little symbolism in it that I shared a tweet about it, but it's a video that makes the case that the old man that saves him, I forget his name, but the guy that lives next door that he's afraid of, actually represents Jesus. And if you see, he has like a wound on his hand. It shows his hand. It doesn't show his other hand. It just shows the wound on his hand. And it goes through his hand. So he's got a bandage and blood on both sides of his hand. And then he, of course, saves Kevin. Kevin McAllister. So that's interesting. Shovel guy, yes. Old man McCready or something. It wasn't that, but. And so after, like, Kevin goes to the church and they're singing hymns and all that, and he talks to the guy, and he ultimately talks about like repentance, right? So he's like, have you been good this year? He asks him. He says, no, not really. I said, I thought maybe that was the case. And then he admits he'd done wrong and stuff. And then he goes home, and then that's when he sets the table real nice, and then he prays, and no time before that do you see him pray, and then after that, that's when the hijinks happen, and then he's not ultimately saved by all the traps and stuff. Those prolong the inevitable, but he's saved by an external force, right? Like something that he didn't ask for, he didn't do anything to deserve it, but that old guy comes and saves him. So I don't know if this is an entirely successful drawing here, but it's all we've got to work with so far. Oh, and the father in Home Alone definitely works with the mafia. How do you know, P-Money? Yeah, getting hit with bricks and crowbars doesn't lead to death, just a temporary, painful inconvenience. Like they get burned, they get with like hot irons in the face, like they keep going. The thing is, like, they leave the water on at people's houses when they're gone and totally ruin their house. So then not only do they rob them, but then they leave the water on inside of their houses, so that when they come back, their houses are completely ruined. Like the extent of that damage, just heinous. It's already like terrible to be robbed, and then you add during Christmas time, and then you have the extensive water damage done to the home. Absolutely horrendous, those guys. That father must be big paid. He's taking his entire family and his lousy brother-in-law's family to Paris, and their house is huge and gorgeous, and in Chicago. And even in the 90s, I'm sure that was prime real estate. Just really expensive. Beautiful home, like big yard, the landscaping. It's sort of like, if you guys ever seen, I think, Father of the Bride, Steve Martin says, like, oh, we're not rich, but they live in this like gorgeous house in Southern California somewhere. And then they go to the new in-laws house, and it's like in Beverly Hills, and it's of course a bigger house, but their house has to be like $1 million home. Oh, we're not rich. Oh, I guess I don't really know what's rich. There's Steve Martin's character in this movie. Well, I mean, he could be a lawyer for the mob. So I know, I knew a person at one time who their father actually represented at times members of a crime family as a lawyer. At least that was the story. That was the storyline I was told. Who knows how true it is. But it's like he could not be in the mob, but closely associated with it. Right? If you're a big trial lawyer, you can afford that. In Chicago, I'm sure a big trial lawyer in Chicago. I don't know what his job. Does it say what his job is at all? I'm not sure. To be honest with you, I don't know. Yeah, few incomes now. So I think the mom probably works as well. I don't know for sure. Falls out of trees directly onto the back of their skulls. You know, ironic, like the things that they react the most to, I think, are like stepping on Christmas ornaments. It's like, oh yeah, that sure hurt. Not in the movie. Uncle Frank says that Kevin's dad is paying a lot of money for this trip. Sure, of course, yeah. To go to Paris for Christmas? I imagine it was more than just a couple days trip. And how many people are going. And then to be able to afford to like immediately turn around, having spent all that money, and go back. And obviously with your child there, you'd probably be like, I'm fine with it. But still, huge. Considering the whole trap event happened the night before the family reunion, the carpets and walls should have bloodstains everywhere. It's a children's movie. And ultimately, you have to have some sort of, I don't know, it's a family movie. It's not exactly meant to be Saving Private Ryan, okay? In terms of its attempt at some sort of realism of violence. But you know, it's possible that people just take blunt force trauma and never actually start bleeding, except for maybe internally or something. The most unrealistic thing is that those guys after that are out like committing those crimes in New York later, and they go to find Kevin and stuff. It's like the fact that there's a sequel. Those guys would have serious internal damage, and it's just like they have this vendetta against a child. What happens in the second one? Do they just happen to be in New York now, or what was the deal with that? I don't know. Let's see, and in the one they go to the shady motel in Florida, Frank states that the hotel was where he and his wife went on honeymoon. That fool ain't got no money. Well, so maybe they could have been. Maybe he was going to school. Maybe he was in law school when they got married, and so a lot of his money was going to that. You never know. Does it say what his job is, though? I'm still, it might actually say in the film, like, oh, at the office or something. But it's not unrealistic to think that the guy might have a legitimate job in Chicago. There's plenty of businesses and things that are located in Chicago that there would be, Yeah, it could be a cheapskate with money. True. It tries to play it off as if they're a. It tries to play it off as if they are a sort of middle class family. I think the movie does, but when you look at the evidence where they're in Chicago, and the house and everything, and the fact they're going to Paris for Christmas. I know people that have gone on trips for Christmas, and it's usually like a little cabin in the woods a couple hours away from their house, or, oh, well, we have a timeshare in San Diego that we're going to. Although I do know people that go to like Rocky Point in Mexico and stuff like that. Uncle Frank also showers in a house full of people and kids without locking the door. What a perv. Some bathrooms don't have locks. Do we know that like some houses, I always hate houses like this. Like you go to someone's house, invite you over for dinner or something, and then you go in their bathroom and you're like, this door has no lock on it. It's like those houses that you go in a room and it has no overhead light. And you're like, why do the rooms, especially the bedrooms, have no lights overhead, no fan, no ceiling fan? We're in Arizona and it's super hot and your rooms have no overhead fans? What's wrong with you? So I have been in homes where none of the doors in the house have locks on them. Now that could be a choice by the people, which is a little suspect, but the movie that really makes no sense is Wizard of Oz. Did the witch just never drink water in her life? Haven't you ever read Wicked or seen the musical? Explains all of that, man. All of that. Just clean this up a little bit. It never rains in Oz. Probably not. That's the issue with trying to bring logic. Like, it's kind of fun to poke fun at things, but there's people that seriously, I've sat in a room with them and they're arguing over the physics and the science of like Pacific Rim, and I'm just sitting there thinking, like, why? What is your life that this is a serious thing for you? You're seriously arguing with someone vehemently, like passionately, about the physics and science behind Pacific Rim and if the world is internally logical. And I'm just thinking, the things that you're pointing out, they're just errors with this script. They just didn't think them through, man. And you're trying to construct this narrative about the world in order to make sense of it. Was the movie enjoyable? Was it it's immersion breaking. It's giant robots fighting kaiju monsters, man. You got to suspend your disbelief at some point. And the witch goes to the bathroom. Jeez, pee money. All's going to take it the step too far. Everyone's having a good time. That's what I'm saying. In Wicked, it just, she's not bad, actually, as bad as it's being made out. And that's a way for her to sort of appear like she's died and then go off and do her own thing. Spoilers. If you haven't seen Wicked, I guess. But at this point, that seems like it's your fault, not mine. I call this not knowing what you're doing when you're trying to ink something. This is the style of inking I'm going for here. Oh, maybe the mother quit her job after the first movie and joined the polka band. Yeah, I mean, they had a couple of hits, right? Maybe John Candy made it big. Let's talk about the physics of clicking your high heels together and to travel to another world. Let's talk about the physics of there being a Tin Man made out of, who in the book chops off the parts of him and gets replaced by tin, and a horse that changes colors. Let's talk about the physics of, I think there's room for movies and books and whatever medium, storytelling medium, to have magical systems that have a strong emphasis on rules and being coherent. But I also think at some point people just have to chill out. You just have to chill out and relax. And if this is you, and you're one of these people that nitpicks, seriously nitpicks, not just making fun of it, not just being silly, but seriously like arguing with people, nitpicking, well, the fireballs are created because of this, but he said over here that, it's like, oh, I don't even, what are you, or how a man made of straw has enough support to move. Or life. Yeah. It is sometimes fun to dismantle films and cartoons that way. Like
Well, I was just thinking that exact
what were we
same
talking about the other day, Lady Vixen?
I was just thinking that.
We were talking about the other day, and we're like, this makes no sense. Oh well, so I mean, this is a classic. This is one of the great films in the canon. I remember what it is. This is one of the great films in the canon. I'm going to bring myself up here on the Epic Cam, which is all fuzzy for some reason. Thanks, Epic Cam. This is one of the great films of the canon, the American film canon. And I'm not belittling the film. It's one of my favorites. I saw it in the theater when it first came out. But Toy Story, what's the logic behind Toy Story? Why do these toys come alive? Why do some toys come alive and others? Why does Battleship, for instance, why is Battleship not alive, but a little toy car is alive? Why is RC alive, but other times you see things that are maybe not a toy that has ambulatory parts that isn't alive? Why is Mr. Spell alive, but Battleship not? Why does Buzz think he's a space ranger? What is it about the Buzz Lightyear toys that cause them to think they're an actual space ranger, but none of the other toys seem to have this issue?
Yet, when he still acts like a toy when people come in the room.
Yeah, exactly. And he when Andy's playing with him, he's not just like moving around. So there's something inherent in these toys, in the magic or whatever's behind the life of these toys, that tells him, hey, when a child is playing with you, don't break the illusion. And can, actually allow them to play with you. So you can't take it. You can't. That's not what the film is about. You're not supposed to sit there and think about the internal logic of a world where toys come to life. It's not child's play, right? Where some demonic force allows a killer to enter into a toy, and one single toy starts to go around and kill people, right? I've never seen child's play. I just think that's the premise of it. So if I'm wrong, I don't care. Or like Puppet Master is another one. It's not one of like there's some reason, like some sort of evil force brought these things to life. Okay, you're not supposed to think about the root cause behind why the toys are alive. You're just supposed to accept that these toys are alive, and that they have this desire to fulfill their purpose of being played with, of giving a child joy by allowing them to play with it, but they're also afraid of torture by Sid and all this other stuff. That's, yeah, supposed to question it. Yeah, Beauty and the Beast. Why isn't all the furniture and cutlery alive? Why is just why are all of them seem to be alive? There's more furniture and parts of the house that seem to be alive than there were servants. So some of the, I think part of the curse or whatever brought everything to life, but they made the servants furniture and clocks and silverware and cups and saucers and all this stuff. But it also, when that magic goes away, all of those things that were once alive and had some sort of sentience, then they lose it and they're just a regular object again. Think about that one. Okay, we're not going to talk about the live action Beauty and the Beast, Mark Anthony. I'm sorry. Yeah, the cactus is cool looking because it's green. And there's a green screen behind me. Actually, let's talk about live action Beauty and the Beast. Let's Belle go like he did in the original, but in live action, the servants essentially perish if the spell isn't broken. Really? I don't recall. The live action is completely pointless, such as pretty much every single live action Disney remake is, save maybe 2, are completely superfluous, unnecessary, and they're a blight on society. They're a degradation of whatever worth the original films have, a diminishment of their legacy. We got to go back to that. They're a diminishment of their legacy. They're a stain on the legacy of Disney as a company. They're a cash in on a Chinese market and on maintaining old IPs instead of building new ones. Break time. Yeah, Disney live action sucks. That's the bottom line. That's the bottom line. Because Stone Cold said so. Stone Cold said so. Just need to move this right. Yeah, let's see. Mark Anthony says, FlyFox, the servants were slowly turning into the furniture. The second the rows wilted, they would have been straight up unmoving clocks, candelabras, enchanted lives would have been over. Okay. Dumb. I used to love that Saturday morning song, After These Messages, we'll be right back. As you should. That's what it's a reference to, of course. The break screen here. I should record a song with Lady Vixen's help of that little jingle to use during the break instead of Jupiter by Holst, which I hope plays still. I think it still plays when it switches over to that. But if not, I'll have to look into fixing that. Yeah, the live action, it's just unnecessary. It's just another example of Disney deciding, you know what, we're not actually going to make anything new. It's the same exact issue that got them, not the same exact issue, it's another similar issue to what got them into the problems they've been in the past, where they have this, instead of trying to make new things that are good, trying to actually innovate, they try to capitalize on the success of their past. They try to duplicate their past. And it's never worked for Disney. Or at least very rarely. At least, and when it has worked, it's because somebody from the outside usually came in and brought a ton of creative power and just innovation. And it's really like Disney as a company is terrible and has been since Disney died. And even before he died, it had its issues. But there you go, P-Money. Star Trek, more scientifically accurate than Wizard of Oz. We've proven it. The only of the current live actions that I kind of liked was Jungle Book. For me, it's Cinderella. Jungle Book I just found boring, to be honest with you. They made a live action Jungle Book in the 90s with a little bit of action, a pretty girl in it and stuff, and it was way better, in my opinion. It might have also been worse from an action. I haven't seen it since I was a kid, so it could be bad. I don't know. Who knows? But I remember it being better. But the new one's not terrible. It is one of the better ones of these that I've seen. But they just need to stop. Especially when we're calling the Lion King movie they made live action. When literally no part of it was live action. Now in the Jungle Book, you had the little kid walking around on green screen sets and he would interact with things that were actually there. But in the Lion King, it's just photorealistic 3D animation. So what exactly, you're just remaking it, you're remaking an animated film as an animated film, but photorealistic, and then it was so stupid, so dumb, and in no way was an improvement on the film. Have they come up with any ideas for being on a starship and solving the gravity problem? No, and I think you just kind of got, here's my thing, you just kind of hand wave it, you know? Oh, gravity, it exists, artificial gravity, we've somehow, it's fine. Fine. Goodbye. Thank you. Goodbye. It would have some, at least like the Enterprise D would have some. One would think something. Now I don't know. It would have some sort of. Well, I mean, Halo didn't solve that. Larry Niven thought of that. He took the Dyson sphere and he said, "Well, if." You wouldn't need, because a Dyson sphere, if you don't know, is basically the idea of constructing something artificial around a star. There's actually one in an episode of Star Trek: The Next Generation. But what Larry Niven said was, well, if you wanted to create gravitational pull on something, you wouldn't actually have to have it be a complete Dyson sphere that encapsulates a star or something. You could make it this much wide, and then, just have. This, like, walls on the sides that are this tall so the atmosphere doesn't leak out as much, and then spin it, and you wouldn't need the whole Dyson sphere, you just need a single ring. And so in Halo, it's called the Halo, and but in Larry Niven's work, the Ring World is the book series with that. So I don't think Halo should get the credit for, as much as I like Halo, I don't think it should get the credit for Larry Niven's ideas. Which, and they would, I know for a fact that they took inspiration from Ringworld and Larry Niven for that idea, so I'm sure they would not want to take the credit for that themselves. But speaking of these, going back to these Disney live-action remakes, and why I hate them so much, I have made a video on this channel before about live-action remakes and why they're terrible and why they should just stop. Everyone should stop going and seeing them. And thankfully, COVID will have killed them, because Mulan was a big old giant flop, and nobody wanted to pay extra money to Disney when they already have Disney Plus to see a movie that no one was asking for anyways. This was like, it's not like Mulan was a great big hit. It's not like it was Beauty and the Beast. It's not like it was Lion King. It's not like it was some classic like Jungle Book. It was a movie that was made at a down period of Disney that do people really have a ton of nostalgia for it? It's possible, but not on the grand scale of something like Lion King or The Jungle Book or Cinderella or Beauty and the Beast. Where are they at with Halo? Is it 5 story games so far? I mean, it depends on what we're including in it. But they're and you have Halo 1, 2, and 3. And you have Halo Reach. Then you have Halo 4, Halo 5, Halo Infinite, I think is the next one. But Halo 3 is really the culmination of the original story, and there's no real need to... I mean, they're fun, and I want to continue to play Halo games occasionally, but after Halo 3, it's kind of like, all right, we've had enough. It's the same, it's a similar thing to the issue with Disney and their desire to replicate all of their success is in video games, it's tough to get a new IP going in the video game world, or at least they've created an industry based upon the idea that it's tough to create it, but I don't know, Mark. They really love that Chinese box office, and I mean, I have to look at, I don't know if the figures are released that we would actually know, but in order for these films to make money, they have to make over, at least traditionally, when we're talking about just from a box office result, and with how it is now with home video not being a thing as much, you know, Blu-ray, DVD not being as popular for somebody to buy. They can't just hope that, okay, well, it's a Disney film, we'll sell 1 million VHS copies to children, and the licensing itself, the McDonald's deal will pay for, you know, whatever. Not gonna happen as much. So with the traditional box office, you need to essentially think about doubling what you put into not only the production of the film, which usually when you see a figure for a film, it's production costs. So that's how much did it cost to get to that final edit, and that's not factoring in any costs after that, like marketing. So a film that makes its budget back lost money most likely, because those part of that proceeds go to the movie theaters where they're actually showing the film. And one of the things that bigger companies like Disney have done, and it's in hindsight really stupid of them, we'll see, actually, we don't know if it's stupid, but it was possibly short-sighted, was they were starting to demand higher percentages from theaters. You want to show our film, you got to give us a little bit more of the money and keep less of it for yourself. But traditionally, you want to talk about doubling that production cost. then you got to factor in marketing. So a big film like Mulan traditionally would have a huge marketing budget, and they're hoping that it makes it back. So on a lot of these films, when they make $1 billion, they're probably making their money back, and just on the box office receipts. One would hope. But then everything past that is ice cream. It's good. It's extra. How many people bought it through Disney Plus? That's one of the things is on these streaming services, they don't actually release these numbers. We've seen this with Netflix and what they choose to say versus not. How many people watch this or how many people watch that? We don't know. There's some people I think they have estimations based on certain things that they'll say, like, we think this is how much these are being watched. But how many people bought it through Disney Plus? It's got to be tiny. It's got to be minuscule. We could look up the figures for how many active. This is also the thing about they don't release real numbers. So there's a difference between active subscribers and subscribers that are renewing are keeping a month-to-month subscription, because active subscribers can mean, hey, we're going to release the figure the week of The Mandalorian's final release when everybody signs up for a free trial and binge watches The Mandalorian. That's what they could be releasing. One is just to look at something like the WWE Network. So if you guys are familiar, WWE Wrestling, they have their own streaming app. And they've gone from an all-pay model to having some stuff free, which most likely means that there weren't enough people subscribing to it or keeping their subscriptions. Probably, it's WrestleMania week, boom, free trial for WrestleMania. They're not keeping their subscriptions, so they add a free model to try to entice people to come in and there's some free content. And then like, you know what? I want to watch that old WrestleMania from when I was a kid. And then they subscribe. That's the idea. So when you see something like Disney Plus was already hurting. It was already hurting. And I think it's going to continue to hurt because, frankly, the original content has been not good enough. Not good enough, not enough. Until WandaVision, all you had was The Mandalorian that people actually wanted to watch. And I don't know. I haven't been on social media. I don't know what the reaction to WandaVision has been. I haven't looked at any entertainment websites. I haven't looked at any of that stuff. And my life is a whole lot better because of it. But if WandaVision is popular, that's the second thing they've had on there that was popular. And anything else is people that, I want access to the Disney library. But it seems like to me that wasn't a big enough get for some people. Like me, I have most of the Disney film library of your main canon, so to speak, your theatrically released films as far as animated films. I have most of those just over the years that I've purchased. A lot of times, finding them at a used store for cheap or whatever. And then I have a lot of the live action stuff from when I was a kid that I saw or liked, or things I'd have been interested in seeing. And I found it at a used store. So I already have it. So I get Disney Plus free from having Verizon Unlimited. They gave it to you for free for a certain period of time. I don't know how long that is, or if it's going to keep ongoing. But that's how I do it. So I don't even pay for it, but I have access to it all the time. And we basically use it to show the little guy a show that is also on Hulu, which is called Bluey. It's a little preschool show. And some of the older things that they hadn't released on DVD. So like Winnie the Pooh, the Mini Adventures of Winnie the Pooh television show. We show them that. And some other things that they haven't released on DVD because they're scumbags. And then that's about it. Then when a new Mandalorian comes back, when WandaVision comes out, we watch that, and that's it. And then they've released a bunch of stupid talk shows where they've teamed up with Jim Henson to make these, Jim Henson Productions and the Muppets to make these talk shows that are horrendous. I haven't seen anybody ever talk about those. Didn't see any response to that. A big fat zero. And it's amazing that they thought that was going to be big. Like, let's have let's have a talk show with some character nobody's familiar with that's an alien that's talking to RuPaul as one of their guests. That'll get all the family viewers in, talking to RuPaul, talking to a creepy looking Jim Henson alien puppet that's not a Muppet. That's a winner for sure. They launched it without a single flagship show, and then Mandalorian came out after they'd launched it, and it was they should have had 2 or 3 good things ready to go, and they can't blame the coronavirus because that happened after they launched. Just wait to start it, man. There was no need. It's not like Disney was hurting at the time for an influx of cash. Yes, they had bought Lucasfilm, they had bought all these things, but hypothetically that should have been accounted for without needing to bring in Disney Plus. So 2 or 3 good bingeable shows to go. And from what I personally hear from other people, the week-to-week releases, while sometimes are fun to like have it like you had when you were a kid and you had to wait a week to see the new show, a lot of people just wait till the end and then they binge them because that's what Netflix and Hulu and these trained us to do. And so it's really an interesting way to try to launch your internet stream service when most, like, here's the thing, they'd already been selling all these things digitally. They'd been selling Blu-rays and DVDs of these things for so long that a lot of people who wanted to watch Disney movies on the regular most likely already had them or had access to them. It doesn't make any sense, to be honest with you. Mark says, in our Twitter circle, seeing mixed reviews about WandaVision. I think WandaVision is okay. As so far, it has been a kind of fun celebration of old sitcoms with a little bit of a mysterious twist of what exactly is going on here. A little Pleasantville interest, some Pleasantville themes, not completely themed, but I guess just some similarities. And Truman Show and some other things where things aren't quite what the people seem to think. But I think that has been fun. But when it's week to week, that's not what people are wanting. And so I don't know that the show in and of itself, it's what I'm enjoying it for the most part, but is it what people are wanting in terms of how long it's taking for it to get to some sort of idea of what's going on? If you compare it to something like The Good Place has this, every episode of that ramps up. And by the end of it, you're wanting to watch the next one that comes out, and you got to wait because it's on broadcast television. With this, which it's probably a good comparison to The Good Place, it's not exactly. What happened? Well, are we still going? What's wrong? I don't know. Am I still live? It seems like I am to me. Maybe it's just you. I'll keep talking. Yeah, that's not much different from gaming consoles launching without exclusive, happening more often than not lately. Right. It's getting the cart before... Okay, I had a hiccup. I'm sure that's bound to happen from time to time. But like consoles, and it's a really good comparison. You want to have content because people are excited generally for a console release if they're really big into that console. Cool, thanks for the feedback. But at some point, you have to have something that brings in everybody else. So I know people that they're big PlayStation guy. They've bought the new PlayStation when it was brand new, first week it came out since the PlayStation 2 came out, and that's all they love their PlayStation. That's what they play the games on. And so of course they're going to buy a PlayStation 5 right when it comes out, regardless of if there's games to be played on it. But the average person, which is who you're really, you have to bring in that person. You have to bring in the average consumer. What entices them to buy it? Because at this point, the normie can still play Madden, the normie can still play NBA 2K, and whatever on the previous generation. So there's not an incentive for them to buy the new game because there isn't a quality launch title. There isn't a killer app. So what sold at the original Xbox? Halo. Boom. You had this huge phenomenon. Everyone loved Halo. Everyone was playing it. They were having LAN parties. Everyone was getting together, battling their friends. And so everybody had an Xbox. And then it's like, well, of course, Johnny down the street has an Xbox, but you got to have an Xbox so that then you can hook them up and do a LAN and so you can play. And they started to sell more. Without Halo, that's dead. It's a dead console. There was no other thing on it. Xbox 360, you had Halo 3, that was big, but it was also you had this sign in Mass Effect, which was it was originally an exclusive and then it changed later, but it just hasn't happened for a while now where you have good games coming out right away. Like on Xbox you had Cameo Elements of Power was one of the first games released for it. And it was from Rare. And it's just a sort of standard 3D platforming action game. There's nothing special about it. Probably nobody remembers it. It wasn't like there just wasn't anything. PS3 had what? Knack? They had some flying game. I don't remember. But there hasn't been the emphasis on let's have games ready to go. And it's like, well, they're going to get a head start on us. Why are we judging ourselves based on competition with this other company? Is it really Nintendo versus Sega? Is it really that mentality of we're competing with, I guess hypothetically, yes, you're competing with them, but anymore, any company that is vying for entertainment dollars ought to be thinking of how can I compete with Netflix? How can I compete with streaming services? How can I compete with if HBO Go or whatever it's called, HBO Now or whatever it is, from Warner Brothers, if that has a big hit, they're talking about making a Harry Potter show, and if that's a big hit, well then everybody's going to get that. That's who you're trying to compete with for your entertainment dollars. On YouTube, if your goal is to be I'm going to be bigger than, let's just throw out a name, Mike Miller. I'm an artist. I'm going to have 70 people watch it. You're thinking too low. And for Mike, it's if he's thinking I'm going to be as big as so and so, that's an error. I want to be as big as the biggest entertainment thing. That's what I'm competing for with my dollars. Now, I'm not, when it comes to, this is one of the mentalities of WWE that is actually good, is they're not thinking, I'm competing with AEW wrestling. I'm competing with the artist formerly known as TNA wrestling. I'm competing with so-and-so Joe Schmuck wrestling show. They said, we're competing with Netflix. Now, they're losing badly in that race, but that's their goal. They're not trying to be the best wrestling. They're trying to be the best media entertainment company. Super Mario World, one of the best games on the SNES right from the get-go. They had to. I mean, you're talking about pack-in games. Some of the best games came with the console. You bought it, and you got Super Mario World. You got Super Mario Brothers. You got Sonic. The idea was hey, we're asking people to pay, give a lot of their money towards a toy, essentially. And that's what it was marketed as at the time, at least the original Nintendo, as a toy. And we're asking them to spend a lot of money on this. We got to give them something that's going to say, this was a good purchase. This was worth the money. Because I have an Xbox One, and it's only worth the money because it puts out an HD output that I can watch streaming stuff on, and I didn't have to buy a second, a Roku or Amazon Fire Stick or something. And there is not a single first-party game from that generation, Xbox One generation, that made that worth purchasing. I can look over there. I can look over, and I'm looking over at the shelf where all the Xbox One games are on there. And I think there is two. Okay, there are two exclusives. One is the Rare collection, Rare Replay collection of old Rare games. So not exactly a new hit. And the other is Killer Instinct. So what do you do? Like, I didn't go out and buy the Halo game for Xbox One. It got middling reviews. I don't pay for Xbox Live anymore. And going forward, I'm questioning like the necessity of buying an Xbox. Essentially, I'm like, well, can I get a decent Blu-ray player because they even make them anymore? That also streams, or 4K player or something. Like, what? I got to look at my options, you know, because when it comes down to it, it's going to get far more use to watch movies than it is for games. Because I would much rather, like, if a good Xbox game, from a good Microsoft game, let's say, comes out, I'm probably gonna get it for I might just get it for PC and not buy it for Xbox, depending on what kind of game it is, because they all come out on PC. So yeah, Nintendo, they tend to put out good first-party games, and Sony has put out first-party games that are good, but I think one could look back at this last console generation and say it's a disappointment on both sides. There have been good PlayStation games, but most of them were licensed properties or sequels. So you had your Spider-Man, and they had God of War. It was Uncharted. All the Uncharted were on the original, I think. But you had the newest God of War game. You had like the Ghost of Tsushima. That was a new one. There you go. New IP. One. There was probably more than one. Oh, Bloodborne or something. Again, I'm sure there are. But I think, and I don't think it's just nostalgia. I think it's the nature of where video game development has gone. But we're at this point where there's just not as many quality titles coming out for things. I remember when they first Assassin's Creed came out, it was a big deal, you know, big coverage in Game Informer, and it seemingly was going to be pretty cool. This new kind of game, only really, well, I always say that's true. There had been similar types of things on PC, but in terms of consoles, first time you can really have a huge open world game like this with a lot of detail and everything. Because you'd had your Morrowinds, you'd had your Thieves and things like that, but this was a different game than those. And I can't think of something before this that was too much. That was too similar. But it was a big deal. And then now what year was that? 2008, 2009, somewhere around there. 11 years later, and we're just, oh, what's the new Assassin's Creed? Well, it's a new Assassin's Creed. It's not. Back we would say like, oh, what's the new Halo? You know, what's the next Halo? But now it's, well, what, you know, when's a new Halo game come out? Or there's no what's the next big thing? And granted, Nintendo doesn't really do new IPs as much, but if you buy a first-party Nintendo game, you're probably going to get at least a B+ game. A game that's worth playing. And that's something that can't be said for a majority of video games. But at some point, you have to ask your question. Like, with the Switch, it's changed because it's opened up to indie developers, and people actually want to develop it from third-party companies, which is huge for Nintendo again. But there was a time when basically all the games on there were just first-party games and nothing else, especially the Wii U. Yeah, we'll just fix it with a day one patch. Ship it out. Put out the game, CD Projekt Red. Just put out Cyberpunk. We'll do a bunch of crunch time, and it'll still be terrible, still be horribly buggy, not worth playing, not what everybody was hoping for. And we'll send out a patch day one. It won't be enough. We'll have to continually patch this game. And then yeah, Nintendo has managed to kill a lot of their own IPs as well. Nothing new out of Star Fox and Years Metroid, exactly. I think part of it is it's probably far more lucrative for them to just keep putting out Mario games. Super Smash, a new Smash Brothers, a new Mario Kart. The fact that we do get Kirby games and we get these interesting games can only happen in Japan, I think, because they can do sort of gimmicky stuff. But yeah, the lack of a good Metroid game, like side-scrolling Metroid game. I'm not interested in Metroid Prime. I don't want to see a resurgence of Metroid Prime. I don't care about Metroid Prime. The lack of a good side-scrolling Metroid game, literally since a Game Boy Advance game, Metroid Fusion. So you had the original Metroid, Super Metroid, and then you had Metroid Fusion and a remake called Metroid Zero on Game Boy Advance. That's it. In 40 years, almost. It's like 30-something, 35 or something. But absolutely wrecked. There will be no more. And Star Fox, the thing about Star Fox is I think a lot of us have some nostalgic memories of those games. But I don't, it's like F-Zero, man. Nobody, like, would it sell? Would it sell? I don't know. You have to give them the Metroid 2 remake for 3DS. I don't know. I'm not sure what AM2R is. You have to tell me more. Explain it to me. I'm dumb. You have to give them Metroid 2 remake for 3DS. I haven't played it. Metroid Pinball. That was fun. So there's been remakes that were good, right? Like I said, Metroid Zero for Game Boy Advance. But ultimately, it comes down to nothing. No games. I have hope for Microsoft. They've bought a lot of companies that make good games, and I think they'll continue to. I think they'll start to put out some good games. I think Microsoft's vision for the future is more sustainable. Than they're not banking on our consoles are going to outsell Sony, and they're thinking, hey, we need to make good games and sell them, whether it's on the PC or on the Xbox, or maybe we put it on somebody else's console. I think they're way more open to that, and I think that's going to be beneficial for them long term. There's a fan remake for Metroid 2 with a more cleaned up version of Zero Mission's graphics. Nintendo sent their pack. Of course, Nintendo does. Nintendo's notorious for that kind of thing. In that case, it's like, I would say that was a violation. Generally, it's not worth doing because people aren't going to make money off of it, but it's not exactly like some terrible alternate Pokemon game. Have you ever seen those? Like the Pokemon homebrews that are horrendous? Have you ever played one of those? I wouldn't know anything about those. But from personal experience, of course. And I think some people have said, oh, well, look, Microsoft killed Rare. Rare was dead before they came to Microsoft. They'd been dying off before they got there, so we can't blame them for that. Like Lionhead, that's Lionhead closing after a long time. Oh, they killed off this or they killed off that. They'd finished the game too. That's funny. I will look that up if I remember it too. But they're what was I saying? Something about Nintendo. Something about stupid Nintendo doing dumb things. Lionhead, Microsoft kills people. They kill the companies that they buy. I don't think it's not exactly an EA situation. And if you look at the types of people that own the companies that were being bought out by Microsoft, were the kinds of people that these were companies that they created when they left big companies because they wanted to do their own thing. And that's interesting to me. When you have a Tim Schafer, when you have the people at Obsidian or whoever they've purchased, a lot of these people are people that left big companies to go and start their own thing and have found success with it. And there was no hint that they were doing poorly. So it does give you hope that maybe they have something. There's something we don't know about, that they're given a pretty big deal of creative freedom. And I don't the whole ZeniMax purchase of Bethesda and all that. I really could not care any less. I don't. Oh well, people are mad or happy or whatever. Don't care about that. So that'll be interesting to see how that changes that culture, because that company has faced a lot of your big Activision EA problems of killing good games and putting out crap content. But it'll be interesting to see what they do, what happens with that culture, and if it changes by being part of maybe a more free culture. I don't know. We don't know how it works unless you work there. Mark Anton says, I think the problem beside the IP issue was that it's arguably whether AM2R or Nintendo's official remake is better than the other. Yes, hello lurkers. I do believe if you're coming in here because you think I'm drawing a picture of Titan Messamite, we finished that like an hour ago. But now we're just complaining about movies and video games and generally what these streams devolve into. I'm sure I'll start ranting soon enough, which if I'm not already in a rant, then I don't know what this is. There ought to be a balance, I think, between existing IPs and new fresh IPs. Video games, because ultimately they're not story driven, and most good games are good games because they have good gameplay. They're fun to play. It's like Doug TenNapel, creator of Earthworm Jim, says, what do you call a great game with a terrible story? A great game. A great game. The story's inconsequential, ultimately. So it lends itself to making repeat entries in the series. You can use your existing IPs. But when you're remaking a game over and over again, when you're not just creating a new story in the world that is compelling and for movies, I'm talking about here. It's like we're literally remaking this pretty much shot for shot, or at least taking that original script and changing basically nothing. Maybe adding a couple of stupid jokes or updating some of the ones that were at PC. And that's it. That's not enough. That's not the same thing at all. It'll eventually get to whether FlyFox has confidence in his football team winning the league while their finances are less than optimal. Absolutely. Yeah, we'll play football. We'll just try on Football Manager, and which not many people watched the earlier stream this week. It was at an odd time, and it didn't stream for long enough to get a good audience going. But we did win our first cup win, and we almost made a profit this month, I think. I don't think we'll ultimately make a profit, but we did get money for winning that cup. And it bodes well, because what it means is now, hopefully, my reputation in the game has gone up enough, just a little bit, that I can, hopefully, I'll find another job. Making a little bit more money, having a little bit more money, because that team in Northern Ireland, man, it's brutal, because there's not much hope. There's not much hope and long-term success in Northern Ireland for soccer, football, whatever we want to call it. In that game, I'm sure that these teams in Northern Ireland are very the fans of them in Northern Ireland in real life are very loyal, and that there's a great soccer culture there in the game. Even the top teams there. So this is something I did when I looked at was the average attendance for the teams in the top league above us. I think 2 leagues above us. They're not getting that many more fans than us. Or at least maybe it's just the league one above us. They're not getting that many fans. So us going up a league isn't going to bring in enough money to get us out of that red zone. So we may be leaving this soccer team in shambles. And when we go, so does everything. So does their success. But hopefully not. Hopefully it will be we'll get them into the black at least, or at least not put them too much in debt. But in order to sign players that were going to make a difference to the team, we have to spend more money, and that's what we're doing. So, yes. So video games, right? There's something like a Football Manager. I don't anticipate, even though I've played a ton of it over the past 2 months. I would say I don't see myself buying any more of the entries in it. So because it was free from Epic Games Store, there were some setbacks from just getting it for free from the Epic Games Store. I didn't have access to the editor for the game that comes with it if you buy it on Steam. And I was like, well, I'll just buy this in-game editor, because there's like an actual editor software that comes with the purchase on Steam. And I didn't have access to it. And I wanted to set up, like, we'll create a team, an original team, and we'll try to get it from, like, the low leagues of England to the top league, and it'll be fun. We'll have a whole storyline and stuff like a lot of people do on YouTube, and I'll just rip them off. Which that's always fun. To rip people off. But then I went to buy that in-game editor, because I was like, well, at least I can do that. Epic Games Store and the company behind this game, they took away the ability to buy that in-game editor from the Epic Games Store. You can't even buy the game from it anymore, which lame. So I did end up purchasing the newer game, the 2021 version, on Steam, so I could have access to the editor, go in, create the team, all of that stuff. But going forward, like for me, I don't follow soccer. So I know a little bit about it. I do enjoy watching it from time to time, or, kicking a soccer ball. I'm not a soccer fan. So for me, there's no reason to buy the next game. That's how it is with a lot of sports titles. Ultimately, I don't care if I have the newest Madden or the newest NBA game. I'm going to buy whatever's cheap. If it's $5 or less, boom, I'll buy that. I'll update it. I'll update which one I'm playing, and some of the players in the game are newer. And that's it, I'm done. But I haven't bought a new one in a long time. And I don't ever plan on it. And then you have these sports titles come out every year, and basically they're just glorified roster updates. And then you have big franchises, and some of them entries are good, some of them are bad. And then you have franchises like Half-Life, where you're waiting for a game and you're clamoring for it, and Valve says, why? It could probably only hurt Valve to release a bad Half-Life game. To be honest, they're making enough money from Steam that why do they need to put out a game? Why would they need to make a video game? The only thing good about the Epic Games Store, the only thing good that it has going for it, is that it gives away a free game every week. I've never purchased anything on it. I never will. The one thing I was going to purchase on it was that in-game editor for Football Manager 2020, and they took away the ability to. So I will literally never buy a game on the Epic Games Store. Ever. Because I'd already never planned on it. Because I didn't want to give money to China. But now, I will literally never buy a game on there because they took my ability away of buying this addition to this game, adding on to the game they gave to me for free. There's a link in the game. You click on it. It says buy the editor. And you click on it and you go to it and you enter your information. This says there's been an error, and it doesn't tell you, oh, by the way, the company has requested that we take this off and that you don't have access to purchase this. Yes, we know you own the game and we know there's an advertisement in the game for it, but we've taken away the ability to buy that. So literally, they have killed the one purchase I would ever make from their company. Because I don't play Fortnite. I'm never going to buy a Fortnite season pass. I'm never going to buy a Rocket League season pass through Epic Games Store. Even though I play Rocket League occasionally. I'm never going to do that. So they're never going to make money through those things. I'm never going to buy a game on there because I don't care about having games right when they come out. If a great game is a great game, it will be great a year from now when it's no longer exclusive to Epic's Game Store and when it's got a considerable sale going on Steam or on GOG or something. So literally, the only purchase I was ever planning to make, it was already a concession on my part because I had not planned on ever giving them money. And they screw it up because they cater to this company who wants, we're not selling it anymore, we don't want to offer it anymore. And it's like, not even to the people who already hypothetically own the game. They can't buy this editor? No, because why? Why? Because they gave this game away at the tail end of its life cycle. Right when the new game was coming out. Because they wanted, it's just an advertisement for the next edition. Which they did gimmick me into it. But only so I could do these streams where I create the team. Which I grant, they succeeded, they won. That company got it, but they will literally never get my money again. Because to take away these old editions of the game that you could have purchased, just keep them available for purchase. Discount them, whatever. But they don't want to do that because they want you to buy the new one. Because what can happen? People will continue to make updates to the game, and it has huge DRM, and it's total garbage. They have third-party DRM software on Steam, which tells you something. You have to agree to a inter-user license agreement, all this terrible nonsense. Because you could buy the game from whatever was your favorite edition of the game. You could just update the roster. Download whoever is a big fan and updated everybody, all the transfers, put new players into the game, did all that hard work, and then just update the rosters and keep playing it. You could just do that forever. So they don't want to sell you the old game because they know people are going to do that. And they could still do it if you already own it. But let's be honest, unless you own one that has an actual physical release that doesn't require online verification, you don't own the game. If you buy it from like GOG, or if it's something on Steam where it doesn't have DRM and you're able to download it and not access it through its Steam, which I don't know that actually exists, then hypothetically, you can at least, I don't know if I'd call it owning, but you could hypothetically take it, download it once, keep that information, and transport it from one device to another without having to go to the website, so that you still have it existing. But however, anything that is bought without some sort of physical disc that does not require an online capability, you don't own it. So a lot of these games that release broken without that require a day one patch, it in the future they could take away the ability to download those patches if it's not viable for the company to offer them, and the game then becomes possibly unplayable if there's a game-breaking bug that they didn't know about when they released it. So hypothetically, even though you own the game in perpetuity, if you don't have access to that patch, you're done. Like, you're done. And I think most people are okay with this. They're okay with the fact that by giving away the ability to own a physical copy of it, or an actual, it's just a physical copy of it that doesn't require this stuff, they're giving up their ability to continue to play it possibly. So like I rented a license, I leased a license from Microsoft for Marvel vs. Capcom 2 on the Xbox 360. And then they took it away. They lost the rights or whatever to sell it. It's gone. If it wasn't downloaded on that Xbox and it red ringed, done. You know, or you didn't keep that hard drive, whatever, you're done. Absolutely over with. You no access to it. You rented it. You had a long-term rental on this, and you have no right to complain. Let's see, Mark says you have a license to it, but only as long as you can access the game from the server. In some cases, see Scott Pilgrim up until just now. So I think Scott Pilgrim was it that it wasn't accessible until it's just come with a re-release right now. Is that what it was? Or that Silent Hills demo that released that one time? Yeah. So if you don't know about that, I think it was old Hideo Kojima was making a Silent Hills game. Is that right? And then they released a demo. It was really well received, and then there was a falling out between him and Konami, and it's no more. He left, and off it goes into the wild blue yonder, never to be seen again. When you buy a digital film, when things only get released to streaming services, they can change them. Disney, Toy Story 2, right? Toy Story 2 had had the blooper scenes at the end of the movie during the credits, and there's one where it hints at like a casting couch type thing with the character Stinky Pete, played by Kelsey Grammer. The streaming version of that, edited. WWE Network. They constantly edit out things in those when they put it back up. So they have the access to it. There's no... They want to control the narrative. You can't own it. Now, pirates and people that are... let's not even call them pirates anymore. Archivists and historians at some point now are the type of people that download these things right away. They preserve the originals. They're making copies. They're doing all of these things so that those things still exist. But it's ultimately the average consumer, the average person is beholden to these. They're beholden to these companies, and they're good graces. Scott Pilgrim was landlocked on the PS3 for several years. Wasn't on the PSN store. Just re-released that. Like now, yeah, I've seen it on the Epic Game Store when I go to play that game. And again, that's the only thing I do is play games on Epic Game Store and download the free ones. Again, not getting any of my money ever. I wasn't originally opposed to it. I wasn't planning on buying anything from it, to be honest, because I like to buy things on GOG if they're available on GOG or I have the option. 9 times out of 10, I would say even 19 out of 20. 29 out of 30, who knows? 99% of the time, I'm going to buy it on GOG if it's available on GOG. The only occasion when I don't is if it is... I can't even think of one. When I'm not thinking, or I'm like, oh, this is really cheap on Steam. Let me buy it on Steam, and I think, I should have looked on GOG first. So I always buy it on GOG because hypothetically there's no DRM on the games on GOG. So I download it on my computer. I don't have to log into GOG to play them. I don't have to log into their launcher to play them. I can just download them from the website, never having downloaded their launcher. Just download the game straight to my computer. Never have to open up. Don't have to be on the internet. Don't have to be logged into anything. So let's imagine a world where there's a movie that is not politically correct anymore, and it's only been, or a TV show that's not politically correct anymore. It's only been released to streaming, and it you have no access to it because it was never got a physical release. You want to make a movie about this movie. You want to do your actual rights of criticism, commentary, all of those things that are involved in fair use. And you have no access to it. You have to go to a shady website where you're like, oh well, this is a virus. I'm gonna download this. I hope not. To download it. Because somebody made a copy of it. Some forward-thinking person made a copy of it. Or they edit out whatever the offending thing was, and that's the only version you have access to. Now, not all of these things are good, but the reality is there are VHS copies of The Rescuers Down Under that are out there, that exist, that have a single frame in the background in a window as they are flying on Albatross or whatever it is to go down under. And in one frame, there's a topless woman in a window. That exists. There's a physical release of this that the manufacturer of the VHS supposedly put in. Because it wasn't apparently in the theatrical version, just this VHS version. That exists out there on VHS that you can find. It exists. Because it had a physical release. Now, any release after that was found out does not contain that. It doesn't have it in it because they've edited it out. Rightly so. That's their right to do. I think that's a moral right because somebody put that in there with the intent of doing something naughty, not with the original artist's intention in mind or something. Then you have things in Little Mermaid where like the priest, his knee is as he's preaching, his knee appears like he's got an erection in his pants. So they edit that out. Okay, big deal. But that's not the kind of things they're editing now. They're taking out things that they think this could offend somebody. More than just, well, some naughty person spelled sex in the stars of Lion King. When they claim, oh, it says SFX. It doesn't say SEX. It says SFX for special effects. Which I think is probably the case. So these changes are ones that are like content related. Or the box art to Little Mermaid that appears to be phallic in nature. Those aren't big deals, but they still exist because there was physical releases of these things. The Lion King VHS, I don't know about Rescuers Down Under, if I still have that one. I'm not sure if I've kept that. But the Lion King release has the whole SFX, SEX thing in it. Exists in another room in this house in a box. I think same with Little Mermaid, and those exist. Those are there. The Toy Story 2, with this offending blooper, exists on that DVD, Blu-ray there, on many copies of that exists, on Blu-ray, on DVD, and it exists on VHS, possibly on Laserdisc. I don't know if it got a Laserdisc release. Probably not, as it was late 90s. But those things exist. The access to them exists. Now there are people, I am sure, and this is something I want to do, is get a DVD recorder, get a Blu-ray recorder or something. Basically hook my X up, old school, like you're taping you're making a copy of whatever you rented from the store. You hook it up, or you're taping something off the TV. You hook it up through your VCR. In this case, you hook it up through your DVD recorder. Supreme Court has ruled on this. For my home viewing purposes, I can make that recording and keep it for my own personal use. Thank you, Mr. Rogers, for your testimony before the Senate and other people in other industries that were not anything like Mr. Rogers that also advocated for home video and the ability to record things. But because of that, we can record them. So that's one option. You watch it. It may not be this highest quality, but you've got access to it. So let's say they pull it. Let's say they require an extra fee to watch it. And you're like, I just want, I'm willing to pay that fee. Well, I made this copy. And there you go. Those are your options, I think, going forward. And you don't have the right to sell that thing like you would if they sold you a physical copy. And one of the things where it's like I hate using the word I bought the game. I bought a game for PC. Rarely, I don't think I've bought a game for PC since I don't think it's in this room anymore. But hypothetically I bought a game called Broken Age for the PC. I think that's the last new game I've bought. Where there's a physical copy of it that I could resell. Now I could go out and I could buy Sims, but that's a whole host of things. Especially the newer Sims 3 games that they still sell. Those require a login, and they require you to have this account and this, and it's such a hassle, But if you don't have it on an external medium, you don't have it on a physical medium. And even some of these cases, if they're newer games for PC, you don't. They required some sort of online verification, and if that's gone, you're done for. So like nobody has ever owned a PC version of Diablo 3 unless they found some way to, which I don't know about circumventing it, and still they don't even actually. Like, if they resell it, I guess you could if you bought the physical version of it, but really that person's buying a useless piece of garbage because they don't need the disc to get their own license to it, right? Because they're still going to have to log in. They're still going to have to access the thing and download a huge patch to play it. So, just PC is done. Now, on console, hypothetically, even now with the new ones, I shouldn't have to be connected to the internet to play the game that I buy it from the disc. I should be able to not have it. I should be able to put it in, even if it has to install. I should just be able to install what's on the disc and to play it. Now, what I think may happen, if it hasn't already, is that it's really just going to, the disc itself is just going to become a key to unlock, to download. It's just proving that, yes, I paid for something. Yes, I own a physical key as opposed to paying for it online. But that just because it's the key to unlock the download from the server. Because it's downloading. It's not installing from the disc. The Spyro remake debacle? Tell me more. I forget about it. I remember there was some kind of controversy, but I don't recall the details of that. I do remember there was a controversy, but I don't remember what it was. So, why does it matter? Why does ownership matter? Because if you look back at the history of the world, why does it matter if you own a physical thing as opposed to borrowing it from someone? If you own it, you can resell it. Let's say that I have no food tomorrow. I have no money for food tomorrow. My family is literally starving. And I could go and get charity and things like that. But, I mean, we're losing our house. And it's like, we need money. Like, we get the food. We could get food from charity. But our house, and it's like they're going to be in the street. It's like, I need $50. I need $50. And that would make this difference of being able to pay my mortgage and not. I don't have anybody around. It's like, here's things I own that I can go and sell. Make some money. Hey, used store. Do you, I know you're going to give me pennies for this, but here's a bunch of stuff. Can you pay me anything? Here's $16. Oh, thank God. I'm partway there. Okay. I've got these tools. Hey, so-and-so, I know you work in construction. Do you need this tool by chance? Or you work in landscaping. Do you need a shovel? You had to download Spyro 2 and 3. If you had no internet or had something less than cable or fiber, you were out of luck. That's what I'm talking about. If it's not on the disc, you don't own it. And most of the time when you put these things in, if you're connected to the internet, it's going to say you need an update to play this. An update is required to play this. They only recently put all the games on the disc after a thorough launch. I remember that. Now that you say that, I remember that being the case. Yeah, cool, man. That's a perfect example of these. That's the problem with digital only, is that there's so many problems. But what? Nah, take that off, HAG. I don't want that linked. I don't mind Ed Piscor and their channel, but I don't want Red Room linked. That's too violent to link on my channel. Hervoye, if you would please. I mean, I guess can I don't even know if I can remove things. Thank you. I appreciate you usually putting things up, but not that one. That's just too violent. Because it's like I don't usually mind violence, but that one is because it's basically like very gratuitous. Very gratuitous. Not for me. Mark Anthony says a year later, and welcome, Hervoye, by the way. A year later, and they didn't even change anything about the disc or the packaging. You wouldn't know you got the correct disc until you opened the case. Yeah. I just soon the production of physical media will be niche. Things like Criterion Collection, I think, will still put those things out because their market is already so focused on a niche thing anyways, where they're selling to certain people, a certain product. Something like that will still exist. They'll still negotiate those licenses with companies to put out their own version of it, of the release. But awesome. So Doug Tenaple raised 1.4 million on Earthworm Jim as a whole. 2 bucks so far, 3 to go. Awesome, man. That's great. So proud of Doug. Yeah, all the retro physical stuff still exists, but basically going forward, there will still be some manner of physical release. But I think video games are, as soon as they can get away with it, as soon as there isn't, and it's only a few years away. They won't offer them physically. As soon as, I think maybe right now there's possibly, you'd have to look at the numbers. I don't know if you can have access to these, but how many games does Walmart sell? How many games does Amazon sell? And would they be better served by just having those on their platforms? So like only being able to buy it through the Xbox store, on the Xbox digitally. And as soon as it becomes more viable for them to do that, they're only going to offer it that way. Mark Henry says, I think he got about 5,000 to 6,000 across both Bigfoot builds too, if not a little bit more. So proud of Doug. All of his success. Love Doug. He's a great guy. But it's just once it becomes, once they feel that the value of selling a physical copy of it is gone, they'll be done with it, and you're beholden to them 100% completely, especially on console. On PC, if they sell it without DRM, you are 478,000. It's solid, man, for an original property, and I think he's only going to get bigger. I think it's gonna do better as time goes on. I hope, especially with a new big audience, right? He's building an audience outside. This is what I was saying for so long. What I've been saying for this past year is to these guys that are doing these comic books. It's like, man, you gotta have an audience that's not comic book related. You've got to. And just because he has 700 or however many thousand subscribers doesn't mean he's going to get that many people watching his videos and that many people that are actually going to follow through and buy something that he advertises. But that's new people that don't know about it. That's new people that don't know about it. They're hearing about it, and that's what you want. So once they are MS Word document where you document certain creators, that's cool. If their channels don't get struck out of existence, yeah. What are we talking about? Lots of things. Physical media, and now we're talking about comic book crowdfunding and getting struck from YouTube. It's coming. It's coming, and without a consensus from, I'd say without a bipartisan consensus on keeping these platforms, taking them to task, which might hurt those platforms and destroy them. Honestly, I don't see them stopping. I don't see them stopping the things if you create on YouTube at all. You probably saw that they are going to start manipulating their algorithm to favor certain content creators that they think have been possibly marginalized, which I think you can see where that's going, which means that possibly going to disadvantage creators that don't fall into those categories. That's huge. Where it's they're going to purposely researching and looking into this. Are these marginalized groups being disadvantaged in terms of, and they're going to manipulate the algorithm to favor them, not based on quality of content, based on their identity politics. That's disturbing. That's even more disturbing than just outright banning people, because what it does is it means that even people that are creating content that would be welcome on YouTube they're pretty much done with it. It's pretty much over for them. The chances of them making a go of it are going to be even less if they're purposely disadvantaged because they don't fall into a certain category, or they don't gain that advantage because they're not in that category. So what happens is now YouTube's going to start asking people, hey, if you want to, you can voluntarily self-identify as A, B, and C. And then it's like, well, what prevents me from identifying as a black lesbian? Are you? What stops me? Who's going to check it out? Who's going to check it out? Who's going to verify it? Are you going to say I'm not a black lesbian? Probably going to get canceled just for that. Okay. Hervoya says, if I have a console, I'd like my stuff to be physical. Same here. I will download free games digitally on there, on that Xbox that I'm pointing over to behind me. But I do not buy digital games on the Xbox anymore. And if I have the alternative, I'm always buying GOG. Just because the idea of it not having digital rights management, the idea of not being beholden to downloading Steam means more to me. I guess it may be silly, but at some point, just like the situation with Football Manager 2020, some aspect of that you could lose access to. There are historical reasons for the history of video games to keep access to these. And if there's not a physical copy of it, or pirates don't do their job, it's gone. The things are gone. They're not accessible. I do love a woman, true. Stunning and brave. Congratulations, Lady Vixen. Yes. I do love a woman. It's true. So, but now, supposedly, from not genetic testing, but from genealogies and things that have been looked into for purely interest reasons on my dad's part, supposedly there is some American Indian. Now it's about as just as much as Elizabeth Warren, so I think that qualifies me for something. At least the ability to tell the joke about being part American Indian. Wish GOG would get those Activision superhero games on their site. Some of them need a tune-up with the camera and controls. Yeah, GOG. I mean, the issue is like all the games that they put up there are DRM free, so unlikely Activision is going to be part of that. Especially not going to see a Ubisoft game on there. What is cool though is that some of the old Blizzard games went up there, so there is hope for some stuff. Diablo 3 is never going to have a real release unless here's the. I don't know whether or not you need an account to play it on console. But it's like an online account to play it on console. But seeing as it released, I think for the Wii U, I'm guessing you don't. So there might be an actual console version that you can actually own of a game of Diablo 3. But on PC, it doesn't exist. There is no actual physical copy of it. Because as soon as you put that in and you attempt to play it, it's going to tell you to download a patch for Diablo 3, for obviously World of Warcraft's an MMO, but for StarCraft 2 or 3 or whatever it was, StarCraft 2. All those games, boom. Yeah, but Mark Antony, I mean... You're part native too, but it's very far back. Yeah, it's not... What does it matter? Here's the thing. I take no stock in the fact that I have some sort of ethnic makeup or some genetics or something. It's like I have red hair. I'm very pale. I look like I'm from Scotland or Ireland. My last name is German. I'm English, Scottish, French, Swiss, Irish, some sort of Scandinavian, because obviously being Scottish and Irish means definitely some sort of Scandinavian, because the Vikings went over and raped everybody. That's just how it works. So what part of Germany? Well, then we have to look back and say, well, it is German. So, are we talking, because there's known Swiss ancestry, are we talking more of in that region? Are we talking about Austria? What does it mean to be German? Because if you know anything about the history of Germany, it's not really... It's only been one country like it is now. Like it is now since the 1990s. So, yeah, I know you don't, Mark. I know. But it is cool. It is kind of a fun thing. I get that. Like a gee whiz sort of thing. It's kind of cool to be like, well, yeah, man. Like, what is the details about that? Like, who married who and all of this stuff. Like, one of my Swiss ancestors was in Andersonville Prison. And if you know anything about Andersonville Prison, during the Civil War, it was a Confederate prison of war camp. And he was a prisoner there because he fought for the North. And the commandant, the commander of Andersonville Prison was also Swiss. It was a Swiss man. And the story goes that because they were Swiss, they connected somehow, and he basically allowed him to escape, and he escaped Andersonville Prison, my ancestor. So that's kind of cool, it has to do with the thing. Germany and Italy were a cluster of small states, right? You have Prussia, you have the Austro-Hungarian Empire, you have the Holy Roman Empire, you have all of these things throughout time that have been these small states and ruled by princes, especially in the Holy Roman Empire days. And then unification of those things in that way, in the way it is today, is only a very modern thing, for sure. 20th century, and sometimes late 20th century, but basically after the West's destruction of Prussia, Kaiser Wilhelm, and the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and the creation of a perfect storm for the rise of Hitler, there you go. That's how we now come down to modern day Germany. So ethnicity and stuff like that, what does it really matter? 300, 400 years ago, it mattered if you were from the Highlands of Scotland were very different from the Lowlands of Scotland. And we're talking about distance from where I live to where where I grew up, which is a couple hours. Hervoyer's country was a part of Austria-Hungary. There you go. So what is his, ethnicity and all these things? They still matter in a lot of places, but here in the United States, I mean, what does it really matter? Especially now, where it's a national culture. The regional cultures of the United States are being destroyed. How many people speak, Louisiana French or whatever it's called, Cajun, or Creole language or whatever? If you remember the show from the 90s, what was it, Gola Gola Island? How many of those people still speak that language? Dying. The French speakers in the United States, growing up French speakers, very small. Over in the British Isles, native speakers of the Gaelic language gone. Gaelic languages, I should say. Welsh, dying. Any majority English speaking country, those are being done away with, except for Quebec. Quebec still has a large French speaking population, but that's for entirely different reasons. Why that's maintained. Creole is far more Haitian, but it could be. I know it's a mixture. So there is like the Louisiana French. The French that's spoken in Louisiana is different from the French that's spoken in France. Just like the Spanish in different parts of Spain is different, and it's different from the Spanish that I'm more familiar with from the growing up near Mexico with Spanish speakers in my family, including my mother. So culture and ethnicity and all of these things, they really don't matter. But Lady Vixen said something earlier. She has the sickle cell trait, which is not common in white people. Exactly. So Lady Vixen is most likely part African. Most likely. Now, we'd have to get some sort of genetic test done to know for sure, blah, blah, blah. But historically speaking, the odds are in percentage-wise that most likely she has African ancestry. She doesn't look it. If you've ever seen her on one of the shows, she's very white as me, blonde hair, blue eyes. So that's what identifying with the genetic makeup that you descend from, these ethnicities, while there can be some pride in them, it just, ultimately, what does it matter? EA is vehemently against Doug T's Neverhood being on GOG. My pirate copy is somewhere in the basement. Yeah. Neverhood, that one, it just kind of stinks. Like, that these companies that get bought out by EA, this is what one of the dangers of this stuff is so this is a perfect situation. We think that just because it's purchased digitally or it's available digitally now, it means it's always going to be available digitally. It's just not the case. So with Neverhood, right? Let's say a company is bought out by another company. Like the case where DreamWorks Interactive was purchased by EA. Now, Doug's games that he made are owned by EA. The rights to them are owned by EA. And by the time that those rights lapse, it's going to be so far in the future. Doug's going to be dead. We're all going to be dead. There might be some people that care, but it's not going to matter anymore. Because of the contractual agreement that Doug has, and that the creators of those games might have, if they're bought out by a bigger company, it might not be worth it to that company, because a lot of that money won't be going to them. It'll be going to those creators to not even offer those for purchase. So yes, they buy them, and they might own them, but there might still be contractual agreements that they, as a company that's purchased another company, are still bound to, that they don't want to honor by re-releasing the game. So when a Microsoft or when an EA or when an Activision or whoever buys these things, just because digital is a huge option, a lot of companies release their games digitally, doesn't mean it's going to happen. And it doesn't mean it will ever happen because they don't want to. Latin Spanish is so pure. I gag when I hear OG Spanish. Let's see. Yeah, just like Spanish in Mexico versus Castellano, yeah. Well, then you have different languages within Spain, different regions of Spain don't view this as Spanish. It's just crazy. So it's interesting to think about all that stuff. It's unfortunate, lol. They teach the Latin version every school I've ever been to. I grew up learning Spanish from like native speakers from Mexico, so, or at least who speak Mexican Spanish. So I don't know if that makes me a bad person or not. So that's why these digital releases are. It's just the reality of. It's the reality of the world that we live in now. It's the reality of PC games. If they don't have a console release of some sort, and even then, I hesitate to say you own it because of how necessary patches are. And how basically, unless you have, like, the Xbox One is backwards compatible with some Xbox 360 and Xbox games. It's not. It doesn't play those games. You use it as a key that you put into your thing that unlocks the download from the Xbox servers. And so you own the game, but it's not truly backwards compatible. So you got to have an original Xbox if you really want to play it. You got to have an Xbox 360 that's actually backwards compatible with the necessary software update to play those backwards compatible games. Yeah, if you don't hold it, you don't own it, or rather, if you can't hold it, you don't own it. Right. So anything you buy digitally, you don't own it. You've possibly agreed to a license, or a lot of these license agreements, like if you aren't clicking, yes, I agree, but they claim that there's a license agreement, it's gonna be hard for them to hold you to it. But some of them are pretty ridiculous in what they try to claim, and sometimes they win in mediation usually, or court, depends on what they want in their contracts that you're agreeing to. But the reality is, any of these things with digital rights management, or the majority of these things, there are people that are way smarter than me that have gone through, they've cracked the DRM, they've cracked every digital rights management that's been tried to put on anything. They've cracked it. I think the most successful one took them a little bit of time, but not much. They crack it. It's available for free. You can download a pirated version of it if you look for it. And there you go. What was the purpose of the DRM then? What was the purpose of the DRM? If I'm still able to download it for join John Romero's Discord. Interesting. Tell me how that goes. Probably pretty big Discord. Lots of action going on in that, I imagine. But DRM stuff, requiring you to log in and all of this stuff, all it does is hamper the average consumer. All it does is inconvenience the average consumer who has to struggle with some of these things as they attempt to play the game. So like the Sims 3 games, which hypothetically you can buy on disc and own, but the later expansions for that don't just require you to type in the code on the package like the old Sims games did so that you can register it, right? But instead they require you to download the download like the EA Origin or whatever it was, the launcher they were trying to get people to use is required. The Sims launcher required to play the game. You have to. So you can download mods and patches and things to make it so you don't have to do that. So you don't have to use the disc. You don't have the disc in the tray. You can download that mod. But the average person who just wants to play Sims 3, do they know that? Over 1,000 members. There you go. Get some. Get to work on what? DRM is just a tool for the head honchos to dick around. I don't know. I forget what I was watching, but I was watching something that was making the case against DRM, and basically, all I think the studies showed that it actually didn't prevent anybody from pirating that was already going to pirate it, and it didn't make them any more money or any less. But Ubisoft still uses it. They still use their terrible DRM. All of these companies still use their terrible DRM stuff. They still require online only. They still require all this stuff, and it's just. Then you have Activision Blizzard, people who want to play the old game. They want to play World of Warcraft like it was originally intended. So they make their own server. They pay for the upkeep of this server, but Activision Blizzard's not seeing any of that money. So what do? They send their lawyers and all these things to shut it down, and then they launch their Classic, which, for the most part, is fairly similar to how it was originally released, but not exactly. So, eventually, World of Warcraft will not be viable, and it will go away, and it won't be worth it for them to maintain the servers. I fully believe eventually it will go away. And at that point, maybe, if they're nice, they'll allow people to maintain their own private servers. But until then, you want to play that, you're done. You want to maintain a Wrath of Lich King server, whatever your favorite expansion pack was? Nope. You can't play it as if it was new. No point in even trying. Which, granted, MMO, I see as a totally different beast than most things with most video games, just because it is designed to be online and played with other people. But ultimately, the interaction shouldn't be seen as mostly with that company and its servers, but with the other players of the game. So, I don't know. The whole video game economy and culture and everything, it's so... there's so many aspects to it. That you can't really comment on everything the same way because they're so unique. I don't know. We'll see where it goes. The good news is some companies value not having DRM on their games, and they refuse to put it on their games. And they say, hey, if you sell our game, you can't have DRM. And that's good. Hopefully they keep it that way, some of these companies. Because you don't own it. You don't actually own it. If you buy on GOG, you don't own it. But at least you don't have the hassle of having to log into something if you don't want to download the GOG thing, or, you don't have internet that day. You can still play it. And that is good. Because RuneScape Classic is dead. So, my life is a shambles anyways, because I can't go and power mine in RuneScape like the good old days, where you could just stand there and click all day and mine as much as you wanted, and there was none of this fatigue nonsense, or these updated graphics that looked just as worse than the originals, because at least the original had charm. You know what's crazy is Neopets. Neopets is the exact same as it was however many years ago it came out. They've added almost nothing to it. I think, if I'm not mistaken, there are because they would make these little licensed Flash games for new shows that come out, and I don't think they've had many deals lately. So some of those licensed games are getting a little aged. Yeah, so Neopets, that was one I played. Unfortunately, with Neopets, I don't know the password. And the customer service with them, you cannot get a hold of. So the odds of me actually logging into my account, very slim. So, no point in creating a new Neopets account. All my hard work, all my hours spent playing Neopets, just a waste of time. I gained nothing from it. Absolutely nothing. I can't even have enjoyment of it now. I only look back with regret for getting caught in computer class or journalism or whatever it was, where I was supposed to be doing work and I was instead playing Neopets. It was either advanced computers, which I took, or it was journalism. I don't remember which one, but I was supposed to be doing work and I was playing Neopets. That's all I remember about Neopets now. Only regret, only getting in trouble. So thanks, Neopets, for not having good customer service. They can actually respond to me. Look at this mod party in the chat. That's right. That's right, Yoshi. All we have is mods here. And lurkers. So thank you for commenting. Who was the last person that wasn't a mod to comment? Let's see. P-Money. That was a while ago. Did he leave? Did P-Money check out? Oh, also Rick Piper. Cross Comics. So there was a couple of people watching today. Dillard. We've had some. Gary's not a mod. It's kind of required that in every chat that Hervoye is in, that he's a mod. And Mark's actually a good mod, so I kind of just that if Mark is a regular in your channel, you kind of have to make him a mod. I think is the rule. The rule of the internet. Neopets is bomb. I still like looking at my Neo stocks. Yeah, but I can't log in, so it's just depressing because I want to create a new one. Yeah, I played that Neo stocks market and all that stuff too, man. I had my house, my auction house, and I'd sell the paintbrushes and everything. And I'd buy them when they were buy low, sell high type of thing. Look for those deals and make the Neo coins. But if you can't log in, what's the point of it? Well, it's because you're actually a genuinely, at least on the internet, for an internet person, you're actually pretty reasonable. So it just happens. But yeah, Neopets is just depressing because I go on there and I can play Mirka Chase. But Doubloon Disaster, I almost saw it. Deck Swabber's gone. That was my favorite one. My favorite game. Done. You can't even play it in the graveyard of games. It's not on there. So, what's the point? Everything's the same except for things I liked about it, and I can't log into my original account. So, the hundreds of hours spent playing Neopets, wasted. Yeah. Depressing. Here's the thing. What actually is true about this, let's be honest, is we do know the password. We do. So it was a joint account between me and my older brother. We do know the password, but apparently we didn't put the right birthday in because we don't know what the birthday is. And in order to verify the password, you have to know the birthday. If you don't have the email address, which we don't have that email address, we signed up for Neopets, you're done for. What if I want screwdrivers or pliers? Well, if I could change it, I would. I'd give you those. Or a hammer. Well, you have the band hammer. You have a band hammer, so that's enough, right? Lady Vixen, do you remember your old information? Probably. You probably told the truth about your age. But there was restrictions if you weren't a certain age with Neopets. And so, of course, we put the wrong one in. So, what can you do? If they don't respond. So, with RuneScape, it actually got taken over, I think. Or somebody stole it or something. Hackers or whatever. And so I contacted RuneScape and I said, hey, look, got stolen. We were kids. We lied about our birthday to play the game. Because I think it was restrictions on RuneScape too. And so I don't remember the information. I no further information for you other than that. Other than that, hey, you know, this was my account, and they said, "Boop, here you go. Here's access." So I got to play RuneScape and be nostalgic for a few minutes as I played it on my original account. It lasted for a little while, and then I stopped playing it because I'm just sad that it's not the actual classic RuneScape. So with Neopets, it's like, boom, send an email, send that customer service an email, you're never going to get a response. And I read a blog or watched a video where somebody was talking about that fact that they were trying to get into their old Neopets account, but I can't remember the password. And they sent an email to Neopets, never got an answer back, sent multiple emails, never got an answer. So what they did was they went on and found that at one point Neopets had been hacked, and all of the information for all of those old accounts was up on this website. So they downloaded the information about the hack, and they literally searched through everything until they found their information, and then they used that to log in. So let's see. Yeah, you change it to the real one as soon as possible after feeling like you would forget it. Yeah. Hindsight's 20/20. Just biting a hangnail. I shouldn't do it, but if I don't, I'm gonna keep picking at it. I'm gonna rip it off, and then it's gonna hurt real bad. Or a soldering iron. You've burned yourself using one of those. Be careful, man. Oh, I burned myself real bad with a hot glue gun. I don't remember how it happened exactly, but the glue got on one of my fingers. Oh, I made this huge blister. Oh, it was huge. It hurt real bad. Has anyone ever mentioned that? Oh, and FlyFox looks like Fox is behind wearing a diaper. Yes, but we're not supposed to bring it up. You're not supposed to say it out loud, because now everyone will see it forever. But people have mentioned it, yes. Or they say underwear. So GOG has most of the LucasArts Star Wars catalog. Good times. GOG has a lot of good old games, because that's what GOG stands for. So GOG solid, gets my vote of approval because it's the best of a bad deal. Okay, never speak of it again. Just let other people think it and not speak it. But my little brother made this logo for me when he was taking graphic design in high school, so I have to use it. Because my little brother made it for me, and I like it. So. It's supposed to be like the nose, and then it's just the face, right? But the way he designed it, I don't know. So, of course, you've seen the one I designed, which is that one. But I like his, so I use it. Too bad Gex 3D isn't on GOG. Gex 1 is a blast to play. Well, can't you get it for, like, the original PlayStation? If you need an original PlayStation, well, I don't know. You live in Europe, so, like, do you have to get one of those adapters to plug it into the electrical cord? But I can go to, like, any Goodwill around here, and eventually, like, within a few months, I'll find you a PlayStation 1 if you want to play Gex. Yeah, man. Video games. Yes. Yes, I am familiar with where you know me from Quinn Geeks. So thank you for stopping by on this channel, by the way. Appreciate that. Find OG PS3 that is still working. Well, unlikely at a... Here's the thing. At Goodwills are hit and miss, especially around here. Sometimes I'll go in and I'll see an original PlayStation priced about where it should be, which is like $10. Is the most I would ever pay for something like that. Especially because on most of those, before you buy an original PlayStation, if you find it at a thrift store, what you want to do is push that open button. The majority of the time, it's not gonna reclose because there's a fault in it. So if it's broken, you don't want to waste your time having to fix it and all that stuff. Sometimes there's a game in there. One time I opened it, I was like, Final Fantasy VII's in here? And then I was like, duh, it's a multi-game thing, and the rest of the games are nowhere to be found. It's literally worthless. Well, it's not worthless, but who's going to buy just the single disc? So I didn't get the bonus game that time. I have, however, not on purpose, but bought like, I think when I bought my Xbox 360, not Xbox 360, original Xbox from a used store, there was a game inside of it. I didn't know. But I need to get a PS3. I never had a PS3. I bought one for my little brother, and he has one. Back in the day, I bought one for him. But I would like to get one because there's some Atlas games and some other companies that I actually like to play the games on. Disc 1, the best disc. I think it was like Disc 2 or Disc 3 or something. It wasn't even the first one. My favorite finds at the thrift store is a Kindle and a mic stand for super cheap. My favorite is a woodworking bench with a vise on it and hardwood, made out of hardwood that is, the wood alone is hundreds of dollars. It's my favorite one. Followed by like myriads of other things. Tons of theology books that would cost me lots of money to buy. I found a Nintendo 64 and Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, Diddy Kong Racing, Mario Kart, Mario 64, Donkey Kong 64, and so I, of course, gathered these and purchased them. That was a good day. Found a Super Nintendo, Sega Genesis, multiple times I've found a Sega Genesis. I've basically seen every console, every retro console, but the issue is whether or not they've got it priced reasonably. So like I saw it in television one time, but they wanted way too much money for it. And I have no assurance that this television works, and you're trying to sell it to me for over $100. Why would I purchase it? I have no guarantee that it works. I've seen a Dreamcast. That console had lovely ports. Yeah, they had a Dreamcast, again, overly priced. If I'm going to go to Goodwill and buy something, what I'm looking for is a deal. I'm looking for a deal. What I'm looking for is something, because I don't know what's going to be there. It's a crapshoot what's going to be there. It's whatever someone's donated. Sometimes there might be a Doug TenNapel graphic novel. Of course, I'm going to get that. I'm going to give it away because I have them all. I'm going to give it away to somebody else so they can enjoy it. Sometimes there's going to be some crappy Marvel graphic novel. I'm going to buy that and trade it in so I can have trading credit at a store and get something I actually want. Sometimes there's going to be a theology book I want. Whatever, the Blu-ray I want. Whatever. But if I go and you have a Sega Dreamcast priced what it would be priced at on eBay, why would I buy it? Again, no assurance that it works, no return function, no getting my money back. At least eBay, I can sort of fight it if it's not working. But why would I buy it? It doesn't make any sense. Why would I go out of my home, go to your store, and possibly see a Sega Dreamcast there, when I can just go online right now from my phone and buy one right now, literally right now for the same price? It makes no sense. I've also seen Final Fantasy VII like that. Final Fantasy VII is not a rare game. It sold millions of copies. It was a greatest hits. Which means it had to sell millions of copies to be a greatest hits. There are plenty of them out there. However, it is a desired game, and so it maintains a price. So sometimes these with video games at Goodwill, they look up the eBay prices. And they put an eBay price on this. And say, I'm coming here so I can find a deal for Final Fantasy VII. Because I own it. I long-term lease a license for it on the PC through Steam. So I don't need it. I can still play it for now. But I want that physical copy of it so that I own it. I'm not going to pay eBay prices for it. It doesn't matter to me that much. It really doesn't matter to me that much. I don't care about Final Fantasy VII enough to pay your eBay prices for it. Goodwill. Absolutely absurd. The other day I went in and there was brand new PS4 games. And I was like, my brother has a PS4. I was like, Which of these games might I like? Oh, he might like this one. I go to do it, buy it. It was like $15 or something. I was like, are you kidding me? I didn't look it up, but I highly doubt if I went to buy a used copy of that game that it was, because it wasn't like a brand new game, like in terms of just coming out. It was a little bit older, PS4 game. I thought, it's probably not this much. Absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. Can I take a break for a moment? I was on a rant. Yeah, Saturn was amazing for platforms and a few other games. I've never played Sega Saturn in my life. I wish I have, but I haven't. You're streaming for over 2 hours. Oh, man. All right, well, I'm taking a break. I may come back. If not, I'll at least say goodbye. But here's the break. Boom. Epic cam. I don't know why it's fuzzy. I don't know why it does that, but it gets a little fuzzy over time. When I first turn it on, it's like crystal clear. And then, I don't know. I'm not sure. All right, then we're back to the real screen. Back to the Enterprise. What were we saying? Sonic Jam, Virtua Fighter 2. Nice try at a jump scare. Fighters, Mega Mix, Guardian Heroes, Panzer Dragoon 1, 2, and Saga, Daytona, USA. Panzer Dragoon Saga, one of the most rare video games in existence, at least from like a mainstream publisher, and they lost the original source code to it. So there you go. Have fun with that. Pirate it, because you're probably never going to get an official release of it. You have? Did you from back in the day, or did you pay lots of money for it? That's what I'd like to know, because I could see it going either way with you. Saturn was amazing for platformers and a few other games. 2 hours aren't too expensive. Yeah, I'd like to. See, before I was married and had a child, in that order, mind you, like God intended, I used to collect retro video games, and then a little bit after I got married. They can, but you're never gonna get it. They're never gonna re-release that, and it'd be better if they had the original, because there's some benefits to having access to the original code, in terms of, as opposed to just ripping it. I believe. I know exactly what that is. I'm not a computer guy. I took advanced computers in 6th and 7th grade, but it doesn't mean I'm an expert. Paid some money for it. You believe it went up since then? I'm sure it has. It's thousands of dollars. Now, I used to collect retro video games and fidget spinners. Now I just have this one. It is Adventures in Odyssey fidget spinner. And sometimes I find it and it's on my desk, and sometimes I don't know. The baby takes it, puts it somewhere, and when I find it, I fidget with it. Otherwise, I don't. Okay. They remade the Panzer Dragoon, but not Saga. So Saga is anybody that's not familiar with the games. They're on-rail shooters where you're on a dragon. But Saga is actually an RPG, where the other ones are basically shooters where you're on dragon, and that's a big difference. So it's like Panzer Dragoon Orca or something. I don't know. I'm not an expert. So at one point I was like, yeah, I'm gonna try to find a Sega Saturn. I'm trying to find a Dreamcast. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do blah 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 blah. I'm gonna have this Super Nintendo game. I have this Super Nintendo game. This Super Nintendo game. Over time, right? Most likely, that collection is, which you never know because of the nature of thrift stores and Goodwills. Orta, there you go. The nature of thrift stores. Sometimes you find a deal. Sometimes you walk in and there is a stack of Sega Genesis games in their cases for just a couple of bucks, and you get all of them and you take them home. Sometimes they're Super Nintendo games. Sometimes you go in and you find a game worth $120 and nobody knows that it's worth any money but you, and you just happen to get there before the scalpers come, right when they open up, and you find it right after they put it on the shelf, or they're still putting it on the shelf, and you're like, that's Battlefront 2 for the Xbox. That's worth some money. That's worth whatever they, most likely what they've got it priced at. I will be able to sell it online or take it to another a used store and get more in credit or more in cash and flip it. Or like I found one that's called Robot Alchemic Drive or something, RAD. I know it was for PlayStation 2. I had no interest in playing it. I was never going to play it. That's one I found. It's worth a little bit of money. So I got way more than I paid for it. I paid like $1.20 or $1 for it or something at a Goodwill. And I got more money for it. I've made mistakes where I thought one was not worth money, and I looked up the wrong thing and made a mistake, and then I found out it was actually worth money, and I was like, I've seen that twice and not bought it. That's on me. I made a mistake. But so there's always the chance that you'll find something, and I'll get another retro game. Unlikely that I'll get everything I wanted 10 years ago. You're off to eat foods? Yoshi, thanks for stopping by, man. I appreciate that. Bon appetit. Or a 1 in 12,397 anniversary console. Right. You never know what you're going to find at these stores. You never know. Sometimes they because they don't know what they have. The people that work at Goodwill and often are pricing these things, sometimes they're looking it up on eBay, but they aren't, most likely they're not making a distinction between. It really depends on where you're at, what Goodwill it is, who runs it. Yeah, probably. What's the point? Some of those things, like the really rare things, like would I like to have Earthbound? Yes. If I found it for cheap, I would buy it and I'd play Earthbound for the Super Nintendo. But I'm not something really expensive. There's no I don't care enough to like own a console that's worth a lot of money. I'd sell that. I'd get rid of it right away. Get it out of my house. Don't want it. I have a console that plays games. That's what I'm interested in a console for. It's like that RAD. I don't collect video games I don't intend to play. So there are video games out there that I have not played that I want to play someday. And eventually, hopefully I will. But if not, I'm going to get rid of them. So there's some that I've had, and I'm never going to play this. So I get rid of it. I don't collect just for the sake of collecting it. I actually want to play these games. Or have them available for a child to play. Like there's a Sonic game I have, Sonic Forces, that I bought for the Xbox One. So the little guy has a Sonic game to play on the Xbox if he wants to someday. I've played a little bit of it. It was kind of fun. But after Sonic and Knuckles, I didn't really play any Sonic games. The 20th anniversary PS4 spent a good time hitting refresh on Sony's website that day. Kept crashing. Yeah, I've never been a day one buyer. Very rarely. Very rarely have I pre-ordered something. There's been a few times like I pre-ordered something, but it's only been a couple of times. And there's only even a handful of times I've purchased a game for like the full price. Red Dead Redemption 2. Probably 2 of the 5 times I've paid full price for a game. Because I was really excited for the idea of Grand Theft Auto and Western being merged. I thought that would make for a good game, and it did. But otherwise, most of the video games I own for console are used. There's some that are new, if they were a good deal. But I am probably a bad consumer of video games when it comes to that, to console games. They've made very little from me, and I've never owned a console day one. I've never owned a console in the first year it came out because there's no games for them. Why would I want them? No games for them. Why should I own it? The newness of it, and I don't get excited about 3D or HD remakes. Couldn't care any less than I do about HD remakes. I don't get excited for re-releases of games that are still readily available. Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3 still work. They're still over there on the shelf. A Mass Effect trilogy remake is only supporting the bad things that EA does. There's no reason to buy it when the game is still accessible, unless you are just one of these people that sees everything as disposable and momentary. let's see, only went for it because it was only a little above MSRP for a standard PS4, had the retro coloring and logos of a PS1, and I knew it was going to be ridiculously limited. That's fine. I'm not judging anybody. Well, maybe I am. But I'm not judging you. That sounds interesting. That sounds cool. And if you're already going to buy a PS4, a cool one like that might be neat to have. But if you find it like for cheap and you're like, man, this is really... Get it on out. Get it on out. Move it on out. Video games. Ha. The only thing worse than video game industry is the comic book industry. Let me get started on that next. Judging people is what I like to do. Let's see here. Titan Mouse of Might. Here we go. Titan Mouse of Might. If you haven't backed this, you really should. Looks like it ended last month, about a month ago, a little bit, month and a half almost. And since then, only a little around $400, $500. Is that $400? About 10 more backers. This should be up about 400, 500 backers. Yeah, and that's, we got to do our part. We got to get this to $20,000 at least by the time Gary ships the books. Gary deserves all of our help. And Gary is awesome. So if you have not backed Titan, which I'm pretty sure everyone watching has, or at least wants to, has the intention of doing so, but Titan, Mouse of Might. That's all I'm saying. It just boggles my mind, as there is no justice in the world when it comes to popularity, when it comes to quality winning out. Sometimes it happens. Sometimes quality becomes the most popular thing. But I have found that often that is not the case. And with Gary, it's just aggravating because his work is so good that it needs more. I'm glad Mike is doing well. I have not watched anybody's streams, not even Gary's, for about a month. As probably some of you know. Hopefully I will soon pop back in. But I'm glad that those guys are all doing well. Mike, Kevin, and Weldon are doing well. I'm guessing Lone Star 3 has done well. Sorry, Mike, I have not backed it. Money has been tight the last few months. And so anybody new that stuff has come out other than Gary, I really have not backed since around November time. So there's been like Dillard, who was here earlier. Dillard's Comic the Buckler I've wanted to back, haven't backed it. These are people that I shilled for and said, hey, you should back this book when it comes out. And then, unfortunately, life just happens. And we weren't in a position to do that. I don't like how my hair looks. Because it is... Let's just take a look. Let's just judge me. It's about judging other people. Like, right in here, it's thinning. And you can't... With the longer hair, you can't tell as much. But it just falls in a weird spot now. Because it's like, right in here, you can see. Like, right in this area. In this area, not even. Not even. So, like, it goes down in this weird angle. Not like it used to. So, I don't know. Probably just going to have to shave it. Oh, I'm glad all those guys... I want success for all those guys. I want Mike to do well. I want Kevin to do well. And Weldon, I want them all to do well. I want to read their comics. Yeah, I'd probably have to go to a better camera. If you're in person, you can really... It's pretty thin up right there in the front compared to the back. which I've shaved my head before. So in my hair, I usually keep short. I don't really care, but shaving it is something you have to do frequently, and getting haircuts is something you do frequently, and I just don't like to do those things. So I wear a hat. But, you know, I move my hat all around, and as I get agitated on these videos, and as I do silly things, like, it just looks balding, man. I can't. It just looks stupid. This long. I really should just cut it. What was I saying? Mike. Let's look at Mike. I have no idea how Lone Star is doing. I used to check these things regularly. I really have not been on the internet in terms of going on these sites, going on Twitter, going on Facebook, any of that stuff in 2 months. It's been both good and bad. So, Lone Star Mind of the Monster, 564 backers, $28,774. I venture to guess Mike's a little disappointed by that number. I don't know. I don't have any insight on that. I would guess that's a little disappointing. I don't know how, if he's launched it on Kickstarter or anything like that, so I don't know if that's. I'm not looking at the full story. And if Mike, if you're not disappointed, I'm wrong. I'm sorry that I assumed that was the case. Let's see, and then we have I was going to bring it up on the screen, but I'm not going to now. Actually, I will. Get rid of that stuff. Oh, what am I doing? Where are my controls here? I'm all out of sorts. There we go. Mike Miller. Lone Star Mind of the Monster, which I do have interest in this. And I do own the first two. And I remember I asked Mike about when there might be a trade of all three of them together. And I don't remember what the answer was on that. I don't remember if there was a... But I just this I don't want to criticize this. I don't want to be negative. I like Mike. I like his work. I've not been disappointed by any work I've gotten from Mike Miller. I think that the criticisms of Lone Star that I've seen from other people, I genuinely and generally do not agree with them. I think that he's a decent writer, and for the most part, his art is stuff that I like. Sometimes I think it, but that's as critical as I'm going to get. I hope this does really well. I hope that Mike finds some way to get this pumped up. All right, let's look at, and if you haven't purchased these and you're interested in them, go ahead and do it. Let's see, Nexus, Lone Star, Bigfoot, Bill, and Monster Hunt 2. There's also something I'm interested in. I basically never read a Nexus thing. I don't much interested, but I love Bigfoot Bill, and it looks pretty cool from what, I mean, well, look at Weldon's art. I mean, that's just, hopefully it's a little bit longer. I don't know how many, if it says how many pages it's supposed to be, but I'm guessing it's not, but I mean, just, it looks like it's going to be pretty cool, if all, just being, judging on based on the artwork. And Mike Barron's an actual writer, so that might be good. Might be something quality to it. So get that if you haven't. Which I'm sure everybody watching this, with 3 people that are watching this now. I don't know. I guess you'd have to judge it by what else is being released, Mark. And I don't. Again, I haven't been following this for the last few months, so I don't know. How is everybody doing? It's certainly possible, but it's a big letdown, man. Most campaigns I'm seeing aren't pulling the same numbers from a year or two. Who saw this coming? With a few exceptions that I don't totally understand. What tells me there's a big turn, I think, whether it's because the time has kind of passed or it's just the trends or whatever. I don't want to. You guys, if the music stops and you want me to turn it back on, let me know. I'm not going to listen to it. But like Jason Brubaker, his book Phobos I don't think was, when I last looked at it, was not tracking as well as his previous work. And that's a guy that he's not beholden to his YouTube or social media to sell usually. So that was what, late summer, fall, early fall time that started. Those campaigns started, and since then, just like it seems like things have not been doing as well. I don't know. And then you have when I last look at all this stuff. When I last looked at Gary's campaign in depth, it was trending as well as the first one, or better. So I don't know if that's dropped off at all. I'm not sure about the time frame. I haven't compared it. But Gary is doing as it pretty much seemed like he was on track to at least meet what he had done the first time in terms of sales. Now, I know that Gary also did some selling through that campaign of other stuff. He added a lot of stuff and people were purchasing extra things. I don't know. So I don't have those numbers to look at those, but Gary seemed to be doing as well, but he deserves more than that. So, what am I like trending? This is what's trending. Art books from somebody. What is this? 3 illustrated research journals in a slipcase featuring the most notable SCP Foundation objects. I have no idea what this is or why 4,000 people care about this. Good for them. Just other stuff. Looks like it's getting funded, but nothing big coming out. This Graham Nolan. There's some stuff that just like continually does not get funded. And the ability to market oneself on this is so it's so hard. You have to have a core audience. Like Mike is fortunate that Mike has built up, has through whatever circumstances has this core audience that he's probably going to be able to get the book printed. But whether or not he's going to make profit directly from the Kickstarter campaign or the Indiegogo campaign or whatever, that's the question for the future. What will he make money from those things rather than just printing it and then selling it over time and making money that way? But I think generally, if you're going by the historic way that self-publishing has worked, the fact that you're getting your publishing paid for, the printing costs paid for, and hopefully any other money you're having to put forth, you would have to put forth for coloring or additional artists or design or something, that you're getting those things paid for, that's probably as much as you can hope for long term, unless you build your audience. Which we always get into this. I always get into it. But this looks sort of interesting. Graham Nolan's an artist I've heard of. I'm not thrilled with this inking. Not that I could do any better. This looks somewhat better. I don't know, there's something about this that just throws me off a little bit. This artwork. Where it doesn't quite look up to snuff. Or maybe I'm being too critical. Yes, welcome P Money. You must stay now that you're here. You cannot leave again. This has been a while since I looked at any of this stuff, so I have no idea what's come out. Oh, this will be an interesting one. Fragga Boom. This has been out for a while. This campaign started a lot more than a few months ago. So yeah, it funded on June 24th, 2020 at $165,000. Since then, it's made about $32,000. Dan Fragga is a somewhat known name, and his association with certain popular people has probably propelled this to still do well. I don't have any interest in it. Personally, not because of people's personalities, just I generally don't like a lot of this Image 90s stuff. So, as we found out on Image Week. Yeah, Pogo's awesome. My crowdfunding buying list has gone down a lot lately. We've been burned. And what I was starting to say earlier is I think a lot of the predictions from some of these, from the naysayers, and the people are saying, hey, look, you're killing this. You're harming this. You're harming this industry. People that aren't delivering the books. People that are doing bad customer service. You're killing the golden goose here by not delivering a quality product. It seems, I think maybe they were right, maybe they were wrong, but even if I was already not going to buy them because of financial hardship, if you want to put it that way, or like tighter budget, there isn't that much stuff that I'm interested in. Pretty much the people that I'm going to buy the comics from, they have established themselves as reliable, and I'm going to stick with them. Not say new stuff couldn't do well, or they couldn't sell it to me, or sell me on it. But it's hard. We've talked about the issues with this crowdfunded model. I have no idea if this is good or bad. Here you have something from a known quantity, right? So if you like Billy Tucci's work, you'll probably like this, and you're probably going to get the same kind of quality that you've gotten from Mr. Tucci over the years, or lack of quality, whatever your opinion on it is. I do not have one, as I have never read anything of she. But you're probably going to continue to get that, so you're interested in it. Not bad. Certainly done well on this one. But Billy has an audience outside. I think Billy is more in the vein of a Brian Pulido, I think, long term. Where he's not going to have to be beholden to having a YouTube channel or any of this stuff to try to sell things. He's a known quantity. Let's see. Markiness is mine too. It's more so caution because a lot of things have failed to come out. Absolutely true. From people I like. That's the... We're not coloring right now, buddy. Here, watch this. Turn that off. No, we're not coloring right now. What do you say? Can you say please? No? If you say please, you can color. Say please. Don't just say yes. Say please. Say please. He's had this thing lately where he doesn't like to say please. Would you like to color? Can you say please? Alright, then you're not going to color. Here, you can play with this. Let's see. As long as there are updates, I'm generally fine with delays, but there are a couple that have been off and on ghosting. Yeah, I'm tired of people saying whether a campaign is a success or a failure, because how do we decide the line between success and failure? Does it come out? Well, there's different categories. There's different ways to determine that. What? Say please. Say please. Say please. Okay, then you're not going to color. What? Can you say please? I know you need to say please. I know you can say please. Say please. Say please. Okay, thank you. You're welcome. What color do you want? Red?
Yeah.
Okay. There you go. Yeah, did it come out? Did it make a profit? Did you expand your base, more backers, or did fewer people just give you more money? Yeah. There's different ways to decide that. What are you trying? What is the person trying to accomplish? I think one could say buddy, draw. Don't just tap the stuff. When Skinny's Otis Stein comes out, I think gets delivered, and which will be soon. I think you can categorize that as a success. He had some setbacks with printing of the bonus comic that I drew, but ultimately that will be a success. Whether or not Skinny makes his money back that he invested in it, that's for him to determine whether or not he feels it is a success. I think knowing him, when he gets it out, when it's in people's hands, he'll see that as a success. For a person like, hey, buddy, you're being really cute, but for a person like Mike Miller, no, don't draw on here, this part. For a person like Mike Miller who's trying to make a living at this, if he does not make money on the Kickstarter or Indiegogo campaigns, he's probably looking like, I don't want to say it's a failure, but if that's your goal, is to make a living from the crowdfunding itself, to make enough money to live for a year, or however much time it takes you to produce the next work, then that is... Are you talking on the stylus, buddy? Here, let's get you more in the picture. No, you don't want it anymore? You want to put it away? Okay. You want to go? All right. He's done. Mike and I are acquaintances at best. I have talked to him offline once. Like in private once. And it was a long conversation, and it was a good conversation, and I'd say it was a genuine connection, but we're not friends. I like Mike. So I'm not speaking for him. I'm not speaking for any of these guys, but if their goal is to make a living doing comic books and they're not making enough money to make a living doing that, then one could possibly say that that's not a success. I don't know. Why is this? All right, let me just go here while we fix this, because I'm tired of this looking like garbage. You can see me reaching doing all this. This is amazing. My arm hair. Probably should have just kept it off. That's better. I'm sure it'll go fuzzy again, but for now, it looks good. Okay. Is the project in the black? Now, as an independent publisher, which these people are, they need to look at some factors. They need to decide for themselves, what is a success? Now, if they're trying to make a living only from that, then the success would be making a living only from that work. So I don't know their margins. I don't know how much money they need to make from an individual project, but judging from what those projects have made in the past, a drop of over $100,000 looks like it's probably not a success. I'm not happy about that. I feel sad about that. I feel that is that's really unfortunate. I don't know why it's happened. I don't have any speculation about that, other than that there is a trend away from these things, judging by what these what the individual campaigns are all bringing in around this time period since about late summer, early fall. They've all tended to go down in this period of time. What is a success? If you are trying to get your artwork out there, trying to get people to read it so they can enjoy it and get the printing costs paid for, if you're you're doing it all yourself and there are no added costs with a colorist or an additional, or if you're not an artist and you're just writing it, someone like a Rick Piper who is looking to get the printing costs taken care of so that he's not out of pocket on those things, I'd say he sees the Canadian Shield meeting its funding as a success. Same with Skinny and Otis Stein. Same with the guys that have been associated with Gravestone Press Comics, with Doug Garrett. I think that probably you could look at Tim Lim and Mark Pellegrini and say they seem to be having a success. Their things get funded quickly and sold out quickly, and they're gaining rather than losing ground. I think you could look at those as a success. But it really depends on what you classify as a success. And it's up to the individual and how they see it. $100,000 could be a failure. $100,000 could be a failure if it doesn't meet your costs. If it doesn't make enough for you to live on and that's your source of income, it could be a failure. Because $100,000 seems like a lot of money depending on what your costs are. How much did it cost you to print? How much did hiring the artist, the colorist, or if you didn't draw it yourself, how much did that cost? What are your margins in terms of how much money are you making on each individual book? Is that going to be enough after taxes to live off of? How long does it take you to produce a book? So certainly $100,000 could be a failure. I think the other thing is a lot of what was supplemented from auctions and in the middle of a drought on those. Yeah. I'm saying, so market is saying, I'm saying profit period, whether it made more or less, not considering that. Okay. Let's see. I'm going back here. When the problem market wasn't a success on Earthworm Jim 2 because it made less money. So I'm not qualifying that you need to make more money to be a success. Only ultimately Doug and whoever does his taxes or helps him maintain his business knows whether or not those have been a success. In terms of whether or not they made money, whether or not he was able to pay his mortgage, if he has a mortgage, feed his family, pay for health care, whatever he is trying to do with it. So just because you made less than the last time doesn't mean it's not a success, depending on how you determine success. And again, it's up to the individual. We can look at certain campaigns and we can try to guess. It's only just a guess without talking to the person and seeing what they say. It's only a guess whether or not it's meeting their expectations, whatever their goal for it was. With Skinny, again, I can only speak about Skinny because I know Skinny. I've talked to him about it. I know some of what went into it. And I think I can say this. I don't think Skinny would disagree that he would categorize a success as getting the comic printed and in people's hands. He was willing to take I think I could speak to this. I think he was willing to take a financial loss on it or not get an immediate return through the Kickstarter or Indiegogo campaigns. I think he was willing to take an immediate loss in terms of what he put into getting it produced, as long as he met those printing costs to get it printed and the shipping costs to get it shipped to people. So that is a success because that's what he wanted to get out of it. After all, the saying is the richest person is the one who doesn't think about money. Yeah. Let's see. Marketing says a movie can make millions of dollars, but it doesn't matter if they don't recoup the production and advertising costs. Exactly. And for Doug TenNapel, there's a lot of extra costs that go into producing this. He makes really great books. A lot of the money goes into the quality of the production. He hires really good colorists. Catherine Garner and Gabe El Taib coloring those books are better than the majority of the colors that I've seen in any other of these comics. They're not cheap, I'm sure. He pays an editor. I'm sure he pays her rate, whatever rate they agreed on, which I'm sure is, I don't want to say a substantial amount, but it's enough for her that's her job, is editing. So she has a decent rate, I'm sure. He has other costs that we don't know about. So it all depends on what is his margin there? What is he making? He has certain costs that he has to think about. I'm guessing Doug probably has other revenue streams. I don't know. Who knows? So he doesn't necessarily totally maintain reliance on that. But it is success is subjective to whatever standard. Is it all stuttery and jittery for you guys? Let me know. If it's stuttering and jittering around, I'll turn to the other camera. Which I don't think was stuttering and jittering around. But it's really up to whatever that individual's definition of success was. For me, success will be finishing the comic that I started, that I told people I was making, and putting it out on print on demand. I will not, at least in the short term, I will not be crowdfunding a comic. It'll be print on demand. If I don't make a cent from it, it doesn't really matter, because only thing I've put into it is my time, because I'm going to do all myself with one or two reservations of money I'm willing to lose, a couple $100 to pay some people for some stuff. I'm willing to lose that money to put out that comic on a print on demand format or a digital format. All right. Then I'll keep it on this one, because I kind of like being in the woods. The reality is, for someone who's trying to do this because they've historically been a comic book artist, they've historically worked for Marvel or Dynamite or DC, Image, the different Image companies or people that published through Image and hired them to make comics for them, or their own self-published other companies, their definitions of success probably tend towards making a living. And I think we could look at, say, Aaron Lopresti, right? Aaron Lopresti is still working for, he's had some work for DC. I don't know. I haven't been in his live stream recently. Maybe Mark Antony could speak to this. I don't know if he knows, but he probably has work outside of it that he's working on. So his crowdfunding things so far have been, I think one could classify as a failure, because they did not get funded. What were his stated goals were to make enough money on the campaign to pay for his rate of the time it would take him to do that work that would take away from other paying work. So because he did not meet that standard, it was a failure, because it didn't meet that standard. So we can only really talk about what we know, who has said things out front. But I think probably Ethan would say his campaigns have been a success. I'm sure he has made money from them, judging by the price and the end product. I would hope that he made money from it. If not, that's terrible business. But I don't think there's any doubt that some of these big failures have hurt people. The fallouts, arguments, the fights between people, they've hurt business long term for most people. Because if you look at the people that before just being associated with certain groups could get them funded, they're still having a hard time getting that funding. Whether or not they're associated with those groups. They're not associated with the group, they have a hard time getting the funding. They're associated with the group, they get a hard time having the funding. It's their choice whether or not they want to be associated with the groups. I don't have any issue with them as long as, like, whatever, who cares? Just a comic book group. Who cares? I certainly don't. But when you see a big loss, there's a difference between Earthworm Jim making $800,000 or $1 million and making $700,000. We don't know that. Again, we don't know how much Doug will make from these. We don't know the costs. But I would think because that's a less of a risk in terms of the whether or not it made money than going from around over $100,000 to $20,000. I would say that's probably a bigger loss because the margins there are slimmer. The most likely, again, whether the book might cost less to produce and the margins are more, but you're still not making as much because the volume isn't there. So I'm not speculating about whether or not somebody's an individual is making money or not. In case Mike's watching, I'm not speculating on whether Mike is going to make money from this or not. I don't want to speculate on anyone's finances. I'm just judging it from what it looks like. I don't see how the market is sustainable. Just from an outsider's perspective, I don't see how that is sustainable, that amount of loss, without any growth. The next... But it's not over because the next indicator is, can he grow from here? Because we know why this is less. We know why this is less. I think you can point to the factors of why this is less. Some of the factors. I do think that this is the time of year when people aren't spending as much money. There has been some hardships. The political climate here in the United States, I think, makes people wary to spend money. They're just, in general, that time of life, there's a lot of uncertainty. At time of the 4-year cycle. Hi, Mike. Yeah, I doubt he's watching. But hey, Mike and I think we get along. I certainly don't know of any animosity between the two of us. Yeah, it's pretty cool, huh, Roscoe? So when I look at it, again, I can only look at what information I have. I know that margins on some things are slim. So you look at how does it fare versus what came out before? Are the margins still there for that person? Not taking into the fact that prices on printing may have risen. The cost of production might have risen. The cost of living in that person's area might have risen. How much money do they need to make? So someone like Gary, again, this has been a while since I looked at it, but at the time I last looked at it, Titan 2 was on track to do as well as the first one. Whether or not that maintains, I don't know. It also depends on how much time is it open. How much time does it take him to finish the comic, and what time does he decide to print it? That's all something we don't know. It's like a gunshot wound on his head in the shape of a cactus. Absolutely. Boom. Just my head got blown through. There. Happy? It's fixed. Jeez Louise. Trying to have a serious conversation here. So, I just don't know. It's so hard to get these things printed and published in any climate that I think with the damage that's been done by big profile books not getting released, which has done damage as much as you want to look at it. Has Red Rooster shipped yet? I literally do not know because I'm not on social media. Did people finally get what they paid for? I think P Money can speak to that possibly, and probably Mark. I don't know. I think you guys backed it. Bring the cactus back. All right, Cactus Lives Matter. Okay. That hurt people, and as much as some people might like to think that going to Walmart was a good thing, I think it hurt this. I think it hurt crowdfunding. So nope, it hasn't shipped. Didn't think so. There's been some other ones associated with people I like. I think you can. I'm not going to say it explicitly, but I think you know who I'm talking about. People that I like. I genuinely like them. I think that they are nice. When I've talked to them, they've been nothing but sweet, genuine people. Genuine people that care, and I'm sure that it hurts them that they've not gotten it out. Just judging them on who they appear to be in front of the camera, in public and in private. But that sucks. That sucks for everyone that's associated with with the people that don't deliver. Because that product needs to be put out. It's bad. It hurts. It hurts the creators, and I don't. Skinny has been vocal about this, and Skinny says a lot of things I don't agree with, but he's a friend of mine. And this is one where I tend to think he's right. He said about Red Rooster that they hurt. That he thinks they hurt the smaller creators. He thinks they hurt the burgeoning community, and caused it that people were hesitant to back other projects. If a big profile one of somebody you read the comics that they drew at Marvel didn't get the book to you, or you could go buy it at Walmart first, how are you going to trust Skinny? Now, I think he's way more trustworthy because he's actually helped people put out books. His book, it will come out. He's gotten it printed. The only issue was a printer's error. Not his fault. And so what do you but we don't know that, we don't ultimately won't know the degree to which these campaigns were, just move me around here, hurt by this. We don't know how much potential revenue was lost to smaller creators because of the damage that might have been done. Maybe none, maybe zero, maybe it didn't matter. But when you are, it's bother. Oh my word, are you serious? I'm gonna switch back to the normal one. When you are a unique creative person, you bring in people that wouldn't otherwise buy, just because somebody bought a book from your friend doesn't mean they're going to buy your book. And just because they bought your book doesn't mean they're going to buy your friend's book. So those people bring in their own unique people based on their social media presence, the people that they know outside of it, the people that have followed their careers or whatever. They bring in their own people. And when those people that, or they bring in people that just something about what you produce that they see, they've latched onto it and it appeals to them. They're not from the community. They don't care about supporting crowdfunding or independent comic books. They don't care. Whatever it was about your project that they identified with or they liked, that's what brought them in. Then when you do not produce, when the thing does not come out and you've promised and people paid money for it and it doesn't come out, or it's so late that people don't care by the time it comes out, they don't come back and they don't support other people's work. Maybe you shouldn't care about other people's work, but at least care about your own. It's supposedly, Okay, so apparently Red Rooster's at the printer as of a day or two ago. It's at the printer 3 years late. I don't know if it's 3 years. Okay. I'm looking up at this because I forgot I'm down here now. I don't have any vested interest in Red Rooster other than that I think that it's a possibility that it has hurt the community. We don't have any numbers, financial numbers, and why should we, on whether or not the Walmart deal has been good. But I never saw it in any of my Walmarts near me. I never saw it, so I don't. Here's also the thing to consider: the way Indiegogo and Kickstarter work. Like somebody pointed out here, who said, I think Mark Anthony says, so many unfulfilled campaigns on Kickstarter. It's a crapshoot. These websites, they state that there's no guarantee you're going to get the product that you think you're paying for. You're paying for them to kickstart it. The idea was to give them seed money so that they could bring the thing forth. Now, people have used these as a store or whatever, but I don't know. Just a rant. Let's see, Roscoe says, I will say, as far as crowdfunding, Graham Nolan has had a fantastic campaign, very successful and quickly delivered. Good, man. Good on Graham Nolan. Again, here's somebody outside of the direct normal last 2 years community, I think, that probably brought in his own people. Delivered. Solid work on him. Brian Shearer also has done extremely well by good fulfillment. Brian got it out. He updated regularly. He showed you he was working on it by working it on stream, showing you that he was putting the effort into it. He colored it himself. He drew it himself. He inked it himself. I think he paid for lettering and possibly some editing and design stuff, and that's it. So good on Brian. The only problem I had with that was I wanted the second half of the story. I'm not a big fan of that. But otherwise, Brian, totally 100% class on his campaign. Let's see. P-Money. Now, why I'm never so upset is I don't believe there's anyone who purposely was trying to make money from customers with no intention to fulfill. I don't think so either. I even think, what was his name? Critias or whatever. I think he had every intention to put the thing out. He just shamefully allegedly absconded with the money. I don't know the legalities of that, so I'll just say allegedly absconded with the money and used it for things that were not what he said he was going to do. But I think when he took the money, he intended to do what he said he was going to do with it. It's like we teleported. Yeah, we had to. We did. We teleported from the planet up to the Enterprise D. It's as simple as that. I should just get a little thing goes, don't get upset unless they aren't keeping backers posted. The average with Kickstarter is 75% fulfill. However, also 75% are late. The 75% fulfillment is probably pretty good. All things considered, most things that get funded are probably really small things that might be a grift. Who knows? I know that it's not true. Greg Rucka, I never got the book I backed from Greg Rucka. That might be on me. I might not have, because I hate that they send you the Kickstarter survey. That is garbage. The Kickstarter survey is stupid because some people don't check their email as regularly and they could miss it. Maybe they don't log into Kickstarter and so they never get sent the survey to say this is still my address. So it might just be on me and it's never going to be fulfilled, but I didn't get a Greg Rucka book I backed on there. But otherwise, he generally fulfilled the campaign. Just the people like me who didn't get it are small in number. Then there's a book it's a supplement book for Pathfinder. Is never gonna. I don't have any belief that it will ever get published. It's one of the first things I backed on there. It's not gonna come out. The guy is years behind, 7 years behind or something like that. It's insane. I don't have any belief that's ever going to come out. Every once in a while he says, I'm still alive and I'm totally going to put this out. About once a year he puts something like that. And no, it's never going to, I don't have any belief it's ever going to come out. Especially because the supplement was to make it into like a sci-fi world, and Pathfinder has put out their own sci-fi world. Yeah, Gary, we've been talking about you and speculating about your finances. Not you in particular, but we have talked about Titan. Let's see. So when it comes to crowdfunding, it's all a crapshoot. Who knows whether things are going to get funded or not? I think most people have good intentions of actually fulfilling the things that they say they're going to make. And then you have people like Gary Shipman or Doug TenNapel who put out the quality book that they say they're going to put out. All of this goes to say, like, when eventually my comic is finished, whenever that is, it will be print on demand or digital. And I will not crowdfund it. At least not right away. Not until there's a bunch of backlog and a thing that people can actually sink their teeth into, and it's a guarantee that it's going to get printed and sent out. And I have that money set aside so that if there's extra costs, I can front them and get them to them. Because I don't have any delusions of grandeur that I will ever make money from this. P Money says, but I do want to bang my head when I see a campaign for issue 2 before issue 1 finishes fulfilling. Yeah. Gary Shipman certainly finished fulfilling before he did his issue 2. Well, technically it's like issue 4, 5, and 6. Because it's book 2, it's Titan 2, but there were individual issues in Titan 1. So, yeah, that's disappointing. That's disappointing when you see that. There's some high profile ones and some ones that people I like that I just every time I see an update, it's not. This hat is crooked. It fills me with no hope of seeing it anytime soon. And that's a sad place to be in for a creator who's updating people when someone reads it and instead, yeah, issues 4, 5, and 6 are on Kickstarter. There you go. Check those out if you haven't bought it, which I have. I intend to buy another one at some point for my niece. Spoiler alert, she's never going to watch my YouTube channel. Why should she? She's like 12 and doesn't care about this. But she does like Gary Shipman comic books. So I'm going to buy that for her at some point. Because we got her the first one and she liked that. And she liked Packin's Land. And she liked the Gary Shipman print we got her. So she's awesome. So we're definitely going to get a second one. Those for her for Christmas next year. And she'll have to wait till then to get it. Just the way the cookie crumbles when you are getting a Christmas present. You have to wait till Christmas to get it. What else? Let's talk about something more happy. Politics. Let's go to politics. Yeah. I don't think, like, considering how long I've been going, 4 hours now, 4-hour stream. And we dipped down to like 2, 3 viewers, I think, at one point. Considering we're back now up to 6. It's pretty special. See, too many books, too few artists and colorists working on them. Yuck. Yeah. Let's talk Bitcoin. No thanks. I don't know. It's the same. I think the problem with comic books is that it's such a small market. Yes, I can. It's such a small market that it's hard to gain any traction anywhere for anybody. Who bought GameStop before the powers that be tried to stop everyone? I didn't. I went on social media, so I didn't know about it until it's too late. Just find it funny there are Reddit groups doing it, Reddit groups buying GameStop. Yeah, GameStop shares, stock shares. Yeah, probably bad to GameStop's long-term financial sustainability, but they were already screwed because they got shorted, so it's just a mess. It sucked. It goes back to what we were talking about earlier with physical media versus digital media, and the fact that GameStop was already losing money. They hadn't adapted to a increasingly digital only world, and they had, whether it's bad leadership or whatever, they're gonna go away. So it's just the reality. If you buy anything, we're gonna get to a point where anything like that's not a local store or a used bookstore that somehow maintains its margins by whatever they've maintained them for the last however many years, like half price books or something. I just don't see how a video game store exists going forward. Want to hear something funny? I bought a little Bitcoin with my savings just because I hoped if I did, Mike would stop talking about it. Going the way of Blockbuster. Yeah, bad leadership, I think. And ultimately, what can you do? You can't predict. Sometimes you just can't predict these things, how this is going to happen. Yeah, that was never going to happen. LOL. Blockbuster was a video rental store. It didn't make sense for them to, at the time, to become a rental store that you got something through the mail. They were immediate. People were used to them. They had won the war against the grocery store rental store, Hollywood Video, whatever the local ones. Yes, we do. We still have some, but it's very little. In terms of, I doubled my money with Bitcoin, and then I said, gone. And then I took so we have all of our money back. We made all of our money back that we invested in it, quote, invested in it. And then now we have some, whatever I made, the profit I put back into it. And I don't know where that's at right now. It could be more, it could be less. I haven't checked it in a while. So Blockbuster had it's sort of like, I think it was the people like Orvik Vacuum or something. That's a vacuum company, right? Somebody came to them with the patent of a bagless vacuum, and they thought, no, we make all our money on bags. We're not buying that. That'll never and then of course the bagless vacuum became a thing. And I know they still make vacuums that take bags, or at least they still make bags for vacuums that took them. But for the most part, most of the vacuums you're going to see in a store are bagless. That's sort of like Blockbuster. Here comes Netflix, and you're like, that's no trouble. And then the internet is just so ever present. Like, I don't think they could have foreseen, because they're not. Does Blockbuster have their finger on the pulse of technology? Do they see that everyone's going to have a computer in their pocket with an iPhone, or then an Android when that came out? The smartphone changed everything, because then people are looking. The internet is always at their fingertips, so they want to order the movie to come out next time. They've got this list. They send it back in. It's convenient at the time for Netflix to send these movies via mail, and then the streaming thing happens. And I remember when that happened, and I was like, oh, that's cool. There's kind of some old movies and TV shows on there, and it was kind of neat, but it was just a bonus to having the DVD subscription to Netflix. And then it started to get more important and more important and more important. And Blockbuster, they just could. What were they supposed to do? How do you compete when so much of your business is just immediately gone? Oh, let's see. I love how our wives call us by our screen name online. At least I hope Vixen doesn't call you FlyFox in private. No, she doesn't. I can just imagine my wife saying to me, "Come to bed, P Money. Watch it happen today." LOL. Yeah. The thing about the comic book industry has been dying since the late 80s. We just didn't know it. You had the black and white boom. That was the first sign. And, I mean, really, it's been a battle. Comic books have been battling extinction since they started for various reasons. We had booms. We had periods where it was more lucrative or less. But it's always been it's been an uphill battle for a really long time. Even when you had people like Simon Kirby's studio or Will Eisner's studios and stuff where they're making these comic books, they're still fighting the battle of trying to make enough money to pay these artists and pay for what they're making. And comics have always been a battle to maintain as a industry. Nowadays your newspaper cartoonists, the newspapers are dying, and we had webcomics for a little while, but when was the last time a new big webcomic happened? I certainly don't remember it. I know there are ones that still go on. Penny Arcade, Schlock Mercenary, whatever people read, I don't know. But those have stopped being as popular. You had Axe Cop. Axe Cop has ended. It was probably the biggest. I mean, there was a Fox animated show based on it. It's huge. Let's see, FlyFox. I see a lot of times others, especially who offline, say your real name online. Is that something you wish didn't happen, or you do not care? Just curious. I don't care. Because it's not like I haven't gone by my real name on the internet before or in media before. So let's say that this hypothetically, I try not to say anything too controversial on here. Inevitably I do. I'm a conservative Reformed Christian on the internet who gets impassioned about things. I say things that are offensive, but the reality is that's true. That's a good policy because it highlights it on my screen, Lady Vixen. The reality is I worked for a media company where I was on screen talking explicitly about religious things. It's called Apologia Studios. And they're not too many offensive things, but I was on podcasts. I was on the TV shows. There's videos of me preaching about things and being very explicitly Christian about social topics. So, under my name. So, to me, it doesn't, at this point, I'm never going to get hired by some big company or unless they're somebody I know who has managed to make it big. I'm not going to get hired by some big YouTuber to be their editor or a social media manager or anything. Unless there's someone I know and they agree with me on things. And I have no shame in that. I'm fine with that. But, so whether or not people call me by my real name or know my real name, it doesn't ultimately matter to me. Because it doesn't do any damage to me that hasn't already been done by doing righteous things. Let's see. Like another random account that shows up from time to time, Farmer something. Yeah, Farmer something. I don't know. That used to literally say my real name, that account. And then I was like, that's interesting. I should change it. And then I changed it to that. So, spoiler alert. I'm glad I use a P.O. box so I never have to worry about anyone using online knowing where I live unless I personally DM it to them or something. Yeah, and I've thought about getting a P.O. box. But are you going to come to my house? Okay, come to my house. Send me something bad in the mail. Post it online. People got to come to my house. Oh, well. Oh, well. I mean, please don't. But definitely don't come on my property. But bad things happen. What is it in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy? Was it shit happens? What the hell? Some person who doesn't like something I said on the internet about funny books and comic book movies and cartoons and video games coming to my house is, I guarantee you, far less harrowing to me than things I've actually done in my life. So you can't show me something I haven't already experienced. P Money says, well, if I ever visit Arizona, I will definitely visit you guys. I might DM you first to make sure it's okay. I don't want to get shot. It's always a chance, right? You don't have cannons on your property? Hey, I'm not saying what I do or do not have in terms of defense on this property. But I'll just leave you that. You know, giant robots, starships I have access to with photon torpedoes and phasers. I also have this steampunky blaster gun I made. Laser grid. There you go. Deflector shields. Absolutely. And believe me, none of them are set to stun. Rabid self-defense soccer teams from Northern Ireland. From Bangor, Northern Ireland. Who knows? Who knows what awaits you here? Yeah, I don't give them enough compliments for that. They know I'm a part-timer, only looking to go to a bigger job. So, if you don't know what we're talking about, of course, my Football Manager 2020 stream that I've been doing, where we're currently working at Lisburn Distillery in Northern Ireland in the soccer league there. Or if you are from somewhere not Canada, Australia, which I think they still call what's Association Football Soccer in Australia too. Could be wrong, but predominantly in Canada and the United States, which I call football league there. We've been trying not to destroy the soccer team too much financially while also winning. So tune in this week for another stream. See, Money, most of my privacy is based on my daughters, other than you, FlyFoxPro. Sure, my daughters with about 5 people. I often refuse to tell Nasser more personal information. I don't refuse to tell Nasser more personal information about myself. I don't begrudge anyone that maintains privacy on the internet. Sometimes I wish I didn't have social media, or I'd never even gotten on the internet and got in front of people and enjoyed doing live streaming and making videos and all that stuff, just because of what a hassle it is to think about it. But the best day of my life, one of the best days of my life, I don't want to say the best day of my life, a good thing that happened one time was when I no longer was required by work to be active on Facebook and have Facebook Messenger on my phone for Facebook groups. I was ecstatic that day when I deleted that app off of my phone. I don't have Facebook on my phone. I don't have Twitter on my phone. I have Instagram just because I think that it's the only way I know of posting pictures to Instagram. Same way you got on your phone. If Parler's on there, I don't even know. I don't go into it. I don't know if it's on there or not. Parler's gonna die anyways because everybody hates it because they let people say what they want. But I don't begrudge anybody that doesn't want that. I don't want my kid to have a social media account just because I think it's dangerous to them in terms of their growth. And I think my generation was, maybe a few years younger than me, was really the last generation to grow up without that as a teenager. Because we had MySpace, but MySpace was nothing when I was in high school. MySpace came out and it wasn't all that popular and it kind of got boring after a little while. But with Facebook and Twitter and whatever, all these things, you have all this access to people all the time, and you're always looking for praise and not being content with what you can, your capacity in life. And I don't think it's good for people long term to just find so much satisfaction in their lives based on likes and shares and things. A lot of self-identity can be wrapped up in internet popularity, and that's not beneficial to anybody. Well, let's see. Oh, yuck, I've completely quit Facebook. Praise the Lord, yeah. Let's see. Yeah, I keep saying they'll lose games in private and tries to butter them up in person. Yeah, it's true. How was a 90s teenager? The internet was a loud screeching sound when it came on. Yep, and you couldn't stay on too long because my parents wouldn't use the phone. Absolutely, and we couldn't use it when they weren't there when they weren't at home, because what if they had to call us? Netscape Navigator. Yeah, there you go. Netscape Navigator and AOL. Indeed. Yeah. All right. I think that's enough. 4.5 hours almost. If you want to see more, like and subscribe and share. Get the word out about these amazing streams where I rant for 4 hours. Gary, I did draw some pictures. If you're still here, Gary, I did draw Titan. You've got mail. I should put that away. The baby's trying to get it. It's not a real gun, but still. It is a heavy piece of metal. And dangerous and sharp edges. Streaming champion of the universe, that's right. We will be streaming the Football Manager this week at some point. I don't know what day. Just hit the bell for notifications, and then that will tell you. And if something gets messed up with the stream and like it's dead, check again and see if they made a new one. I'll probably retitle this so that if people clicking on it, something that I should draw more Peter the Problematic Person. That's true. I should draw anything. Again, I have not really drawn for like 2 months. So, what else? Yeah, I'll probably retitle this so that people clicking on something looking for Titan mouse don't hear me ranting about other topics. It'll still be on here. The two are not necessarily associated. And Gary Shipman has not endorsed me or my comments, I don't think. Gary Shipman has a new ship's log about to be on his channel. So everybody go over to Gary Shipman's channel. Watch those ship's logs. Gary has a real calm way of talking about serious topics. And he's so careful with his words that I find them to be really helpful. So if you guys have not watched those, go and listen to those. Inevitably, when I figure out my life and time management, I have a podcast called Cross Section. You can find it on iTunes or on Crux of the Cross. That's CRUX of the cross.org. Find them on there. You should be able to find them on most podcast aggregators. And they're basically 5-minute little devotionals. There's about 30 or so of them. I will be making new ones of those when I figure out time management. So whenever that is, it will happen. And then some of the Sunday streams every once in a while will happen. Maybe I don't want to commit to every month or every week rather, but maybe once a month. I had planned on doing some book studies on that. We'll see if anybody's interested. Check those out. You can also check out my other endeavor, which a lot of new content has been going up on Coin A Geek YouTube channel. My friend Elliot and I put stuff out there, me less than him, as it's primarily his deal now. As time permits, I will put things up and be involved. But Coin A Geek is a great little channel that used to have a bigger following on a different format. So here we have a Facebook profile. Don't know what this is. What have you posted? Oh, it's a Cross Section Podcast on Facebook. So you can also find links to the episodes there on Cross Section. If you want to, I have a Patreon. It should be linked in the description of this video, if not in other ones. I do have one Patreon subscriber for $1. So someone out there, I will not tell you who, because I don't know if they don't want to be known, but I know who it is. I know who this person is, and I'm very grateful for them. And they did it not because so much they watch the show, just because they support me as a person. So I'm thankful to them. But if you want to support me on Patreon, just $1, $2, $5, whatever it is, that'd be fantastic. I can't guarantee you that you're going to get a lot of great content on the Patreon, but if we get up to some money where it's coming in, I will commit to doing some private live streams for Patreon only subscribers. Yes. All right. It's a pun. What's a pun? Crux of the Cross? Could be. You want more problematic comics? I do too, man. I want more comics in general, produced by me. But, like I said, time management, life, they're hard things to do. Yeah. Check out Gary Shipman. Check out Matthew D. Reese. His stuff, his shows that he puts on. A lot of good interviews with people. Generally puts a lot more effort into organizing shows than me. At least in inviting guests on and scheduling them sometimes weeks in advance. Whereas I'm more of a spur of the moment, improvisational kind of guy. And with that, I'll leave you. Explosion!